Today is December 22nd, 1984, and we're in Concord talking with Dad. The earliest memories of home life are what and where?
My earliest memories of life would be when we lived on Spencer Street in Dorchester.
What number?
135 Spencer Street. And we lived on the third floor of a three-decker house. I would say I was probably in the first or second grade. I guess somewhere around 6 or 7 years old is my earliest recollection. I remember my first grade teacher's name was Miss Dolly, I believe. And the thing that I remember about that is that there was a house in back of the house, a little single-family house in back of this big triple-decker. There was a girl that lived there. Her name was Corrine. Obviously a non-Jewish family.
Why, obviously?
With a name like Corrine.
Oh, that was the last name.
And the first name was Corrine.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I think it was an Irish family. I don't know. I was aware that they were different. They were not Jewish. And the things that I remember from living there, two things that stand out in my mind. One was when Uncle Izzy, who used to drive a Casanov's bakery truck, would come, and that was an exciting thing because he would come and give us bread, challah, and sometimes some pastry for free, because things were very tough for my folks. And walking on the truck and smelling the baked goods was just exciting to do. I mean, it was exciting, first of all, for a kid that age to be on a truck, and secondly, to smell the baked goods was a mixture of bread, pastry. And so I remember that, and then I remember a fire that we had there, where the back porches caught fire. And I remember wearing my slippers, and my father and I, and my mother wasn't home, I don't recall. Don't recall my mother being home. But I know my father and I got down very quickly, running down the stairs. And I don't remember being terrified, I just remember it was awfully exciting. And the back porches were ablaze.
Did you have any property loss?
I don't know. I don't recall.
But it wasn't something that the family had to recover from financially?
I don't believe so, because I think it was primarily maintained to the back porches. There may have been some smoke and water damage. But, you know, as far as I remember, we were able to go back and live in there again, but I don't know. And as I say, it was just an excitement that I remember, and not a fear. Wow, there's a fire, the house is burning. And I wasn't terrified for some reason, but I knew I had to get out of there, and I remember like flying down the stairs in my slippers. You know how fast a kid can run in the slippers? Oh, it seems that way, like new sneakers, you know, they're going to make you run faster. That kind of thing. But that's all I remember about that part of my life.
How long were you in that house?
I think we moved shortly after the fire. The next place I remember living is Intervale Street.
You were there for a long time.
Yeah, we moved to 122 Intervale Street. We lived on the second floor there. We never had a low number where we lived. We always in the hundreds. It was no. I take it back. That Spencer Street was 35 Spencer Street, not 135. 35 Spencer Street. And we moved to 122 Intervale Street.
35 Spencer Street, sorry, in Dorchester?
In Dorchester. That was the place.
And Intervale Street in Roxbury?
And Intervale Street in Roxbury, yeah.
Now you mentioned Uncle Izzy.
Yeah.
Whose brother was he?
Uncle Izzy was Auntie Lily's husband. My mother's sister's husband.
I see. Uh-huh.
You know Auntie Lily?
Yes.
Her first husband.
Okay.
Who was the father of all her children. And he was an interesting man. He worked for the bakery, for Kaznau's Bakery, driving a truck, and then I remember him studying very hard because he wanted to become a mailman. And there were certain exams that you had to pass. And he used to sit there and with little cards with streets written on them and memorize streets. I have no idea what the exam was about, but I remember going in and watching him, and he'd tell me he was studying because he wanted to take the exam and be a mailman. And he finally took the exam and became a mailman.
Oh, he did?
Yes. And that was, like a big step up for him.
Was he an immigrant?
No, I think he was born here. He was born here. Yeah, I'm sure he was born here. Nice man, very gentle man.
And he died?
He died some time ago. He died at a fairly young age. Anyway, we lived at 137 for a long time. 137 was an interesting place. There were a lot of things going on. There was a totally Jewish neighborhood. A lot of kids, a lot of people. I made friends with a lot of kids, although I always felt I had a tough time making friends, and I never could seem to get into the clique of kids that I wanted to get into. I was always on the periphery of those kids, and I've always kind of thought that was because I was a fat kid and non-athletic. So I was always on the outside of that group. I remember playing marbles beside the house with other kids. And those were the days when marbles were a big pastime. You played it on wherever you could find a patch of dirt that was clear of grass and snow. And you'd play marbles. You'd snap them and shoot them. And different games of marbles, but always on a packed dirt surface. Because on concrete, it wouldn't. You couldn't play on hot top of concrete.
Where'd you get the marbles?
I guess we'd buy them to start with, and then hope you'd win. And so sometimes you'd win some and lose some. You played for marbles.
Oh, I see.
It was like, I guess in a sense, it was a game of skill, but if you won the game, you won the marbles from the other players. And sometimes it was just as simple as making a ring, drawing a ring in the dirt. Mm-hmm. And you would roll marbles into the ring and then have to snap them out, and you get a shot. If you snapped your marble and it hit another marble, and that marble went out, you would get that marble. If your marble went out too, then you lost your shot. If your marble stayed in, you'd have another shot at another marble. Things like that. And they used to have another game called Pisa. Why it was called Pisa, I don't know, but you take a marble and press it into the dirt. And the object was to roll marbles and get it into like a golf ball going into a hole.
Oh, I see.
And you'd have, a shot to do that, and different size marbles made a difference. And the big ones were called bozos, and the little ones were called peewees, and then there were some that were cat's eyes. And so it was a game that didn't require any athletic skill. And
So
I didn't excel at marbles either, but I guess I held my own all right. And we used to play. I remember playing ball against the steps, which was a big game in the city, big thing in the city. We used to buy a rubber ball about the size of a tennis ball, and it had pimples on it.
Yes.
And it was called a pimple ball. And you'd buy them for a nickel. And there were several different games you'd play against the steps. One was baseball, where one kid would stand at the curb, one kid would stand in the middle of the road, and one kid would stand on the other side of the street.
Jeez.
And then the hitter would throw the ball hard up against the step. And so if depending on where the ball landed, if someone caught it, you were out.
Mm-hmm.
But if it landed in, where the first player was, and he missed it, that would be a single. In the middle of the road was a double. In the back side of the road before the sidewalk was a triple, and if you landed over the back player onto the sidewalk and he couldn't catch it was a home run. And really the only time you could hit a home run is if you hit the point of the step with the ball.
That's right.
Then the ball would go sailing right across the street. And that was a lot of fun. We used to do that. We used to play that for hours. And then another game which was called 10-20 on the steps, where you'd play by yourself. And you'd throw the ball on the step, and every time it would come back it'd be 10 points. So that was the name: 10, 20, 30, 40. And if you drop the ball on the bounce back, it was the next person's turn. Then the game might be 100 and maybe 200 or something like that.
I see.
Oh boy, I think I used to in the summertime do knitting, horse knitting they called it, which was a spool with 4 nails, and you'd knit the yarn onto it and pull it out of the bottom, and it would come out like a pigtail kind of thing. And if you knit it enough, it would go on forever. Just keep going, and you'd knit up the whole thing, and you could kind of just curl it around and make like a rug out of it, or a placemat or something like that. And a lot of the kids did knitting, both boys and girls.
No kidding.
Yeah. That kind of knitting. So I used to spend a lot of time in the summertime doing that. That was a summertime thing. In the wintertime it was sledding. We used to have a big field behind the house.
Intervale Street.
Intervale Street. There were places to sled. No, when I was living at 122, it was across the street in the field, or down into another field. But we had fields around. There was a lot of open. Even though it was in the city, there were open areas. Some of the streets were built, when they were built, leaving just desolate areas in between. We just called them fields or quarries. And they may have been called quarries because maybe there was just too much ledge there to build on when these houses were going up. The houses were built long before we moved into them. They weren't new houses. I would guess a lot of them were built maybe the turn of the century. So, but on 122, I remember having a turtle as a pet. We didn't have pets. None of the kids had cats and dogs that I remember. But a turtle, that was that was okay. Had a turtle. Remember putting him out in the windowsill one night, and he froze. The whole bowl of water was a cake of ice when I took him in the morning.
Oh no!
And so I put him, in front of the radiator to thaw it out, and the ice thawed out, and the turtle was swimming around.
Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. It was amazing. I was just fascinated by that phenomenon. I thought for sure, the turtle was dead, but I wanted to take him out and at least bury him,
Oh my God. Whatever happened to the turtle? I mean, they're supposed to live forever,
I don't know. I think he might have died at some point. keeping a pet was difficult. One of the traumatic things that happened in that place, which I remember still very vividly, is there was another family living downstairs by the name of Braverman, and they had a girl that was probably a year or two younger than me, and she was attacked and raped in the neighborhood, and it was an awful thing, and I really didn't know what rape was. All I knew was that she was attacked and beaten up, and she was beaten up as well, so to me it was just beaten up. I had no idea what the sexual ramifications were. And she must have been 9 or 10 years old. But she was home from school for a long time, and I used to come down and tutor her, because I was a year or two ahead of her, and so I, help her do her lessons, whatever they were. Her name was Phyllis. She recovered. I don't know where she is today, but the last I heard, she was married, had a family. Her father was an oil burner service repairman. In those days, we used to have oil burners in the kitchen stove, kerosene oil burners. Or it was kerosene actually, but we call them oil burners. And the stoves were not like you know them today. They actually were old cast iron stoves that were originally made for wood and coal. And they had two covers on them, where you put in your coal and wood, and it would burn and give you heat, and you'd also use them for cooking. And there was an oven which was heated by the stove, by the whatever heat there was. And then through the innovation of or the invention of a kerosene burner, these stoves were reconverted. They took out the grates and put in this double burner with heating coils in there, and there'd be a tank, a 5-gallon tank. 5-gallon tank that would sit beside the stove. It was actually kerosene, and it would feed the fire, and you could control the amount of kerosene going in, so that if you wanted a lot of heat, or you wouldn't do a lot of cooking, you could turn the quantity up. You could use one burner, or you could use two burners, and that would give you the heat that you needed for either heating the house or cooking. And it always fascinated me, because that kerosene bottle had to be refilled every day, and we usually kept a 50-gallon tank. It was either down the cellar or out on the back porch. Down the cellar was a 50-gallon tank. When the delivery man came, and it was the same man who delivered ice in the winter, delivered kerosene in the winter. And that's how he'd make his money. He was an ice man in the winter time, and we had ice boxes, not refrigerators. And the ice box was interesting because you had to empty out the pan of water underneath the ice box every day. It had a little drainage system where the ice would melt and run down a little tube to the bottom of the ice box, and there'd be a pan that you just slide out, empty, and slide back in again. And if you didn't do that, then you'd have an overflow. I remember those things very fondly, because they seemed like just exciting things to learn about. We used to heat water. Well, the stove would also heat water. There was a coil that went around the heating element.
I see.
And so that when all this heat was, you'd heat the house and heat hot water and heat for cooking. You could cook on top of the stove. And on the other side of the stove were usually gas jets, the gas range. So that, so in the summertime you wouldn't be using the stove, you'd use the gas jets. Or if you needed the gas to supplement cooking area, you'd be cooking on both.
Did you do any cooking?
No, I never did any cooking. When I got older, I used to help my mother bake sometimes.
What did she bake?
Cakes and cookies.
Bread ever?
She never baked bread. Never baked bread that I remember, no. Bread or challah. that's a phenomenon that I've just come to in recent years of enjoying home-baked bread in the color. And it always fascinates me to see bread being baked.
Uh-huh. What do you remember of your father from the earliest? What's your picture of him?
I remember my father's very young and lean, and being terrific at his work. And I was scared to death of him.
Why?
He used to yell a lot. I didn't like the yelling. He used to terrify me. And he used to hit me if I, as a punishment, you know,
Mm-hmm.
if I got him angry. He would swing out and hit me. Of course, being a kid, I could, you know, move out of his way, and so wherever he happened to land, he happened to land. There wasn't a question of, you know, grabbing hold of me and giving me a spanking on the rear end. And that's a very vivid memory I have, and it's one that I don't like, because as he got older and I got older, I remember him as a gentle man. But during my growing years,
Yeah.
he
Was it because did it have anything to do with outside pressures, or that's just the way he thought it should be?
I think this is the environment he grew up in, a very stern father.
The pictures of his father frightened me.
Yeah, yeah. He grew up with a very stern father who also yelled. And so I think that's all my father knew. And I guess from what I hear, his father was a pretty mean man too. There's one thing in being strict, and I guess another in being mean. I remember one incident that sticks out in my mind with my father not getting me a birthday gift. And I was really feeling terrible. And he told me, I think finally toward the end of the day, that there's something down the cellar in the woodshed that you can get. And he sure told me what it was. It was a box. And what it was, I don't know how long he'd had them, or where they came from, or how he came by them, but it was a set of brass stencils of numbers, big numbers like people would use maybe to number a house or something like that. But the numbers must have been, as I recall, probably 6 inches tall.
Mm-hmm.
Big fat numbers. And they were made out of brass, so it was a stencil that could be used over and over again. And as I recall, they were wrapped up in old newspapers. And so it wasn't something that he bought, but after my feeling pretty shitty about not getting any present, he told me that this was downstairs and I could have it. And I was excited as hell to get it. Oh, I was just thrilled. Well, what the hell was I going to do with stencils that big, you know? But except, you know, draw out some numbers on paper, and wow, they'd be perfect numbers.
Uh-huh.
I really don't even remember if they were numbers or letters, to tell you the truth, but I remember they were brass stencils. And it may not even have been a birthday. It could have been some other occasion. Maybe it was Hanukkah. I think it was a birthday. I think it was a birthday. He used to show me a lot of things. He was very good with craft work. You know, he worked with his hands. He used to show me how to fix electrical things, putting a plug on a cord. I used to watch him doing his upholstery work. He was very handy person. He could adapt himself quickly to anything. And I always just do. I guess over the years I recognized him as a very intelligent person who unfortunately didn't have enough formal education. But he was a bright man. And I think he could have accomplished a lot more, I think, if he had the chance for education in terms of profession. He always made a living as an upholsterer, but it was just a living. He always had a tough time as an upholsterer. He was always unhappy with his working, where he was. He was unhappy with the bosses. He always felt they were trying to take advantage of him. And that anger came out. He was always an angry man. I felt him, as I look back now, I view him as an angry man. And those things stand out in my mind. And yet I remember on occasion we'd go to the movies together as a family on a Sunday afternoon. That didn't happen a lot. I don't recall, but I know it happened. We used to go to Revere Beach in the summertime and stay there. They'd rent a room. My folks would rent a room for the whole summer. And in that room would be my mother and father and Lou and I. And sometimes there was a little cook stove in the room. Or there may have been a kitchen that we shared with another family. Sometimes there was a bathroom in the room, and sometimes the bathroom was outside the room that we shared with another family. And those were just terrific. I loved being in Revere Beach. That was exciting. First of all, I met new kids, and summer friends are always seem to be exciting people. You get to know them because they're new, and then it's all over in a couple of months, and you're back to your old friends. We used to play cards, rummy, out on the back steps, and have fun at the beach.
Which we? You and your friends, or you and your father?
No, just me and my friends. I'm digressing from my father. My father, the one thing I remember about my father, he'd come home on a summer night, and he'd like to have a cold beer. We never had beer in the house. In those days, there was just no beer in the house. So there was a bar room, a saloon across the street from where we lived. And he'd go in there to have a cold beer. And I remember going in there with him once, not being impressed at all with the smell of the beer and the smoke. And it was just but feeling, wow, I'm in a bar room, I'm in a saloon. So he was a mixed bag for me, really. I guess the things that I didn't like stand out more in my mind and my memory than the things that I enjoyed with him.
You mentioned cards a minute ago. He and cards had a history.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I disliked intensely. He used to play poker and pinochle. He was a good card player. The whole Keimach family loved to play cards. When they got together, that's what they did. They played cards and fought.
What kind of fights?
Oh, over a dumb move that somebody made. You shouldn't have done that, or whatever it was. A card game would end up in a fight invariably. I remember that.
Would you play too?
No. When I say the Keimach family, his brothers and sisters and their spouses
I see.
would play cards. I mean, there were very often times that it would end up as an enjoyable evening for them, but very often also they'd fight. And I mean fight so that they wouldn't talk to each other. The two people that were fighting wouldn't talk to each other for months because of a lousy card game. And some would throw in the cards or throw the cards up in the air, and that's it. That would end the game. It's usually when someone is losing heavily or winning heavily, and accusations fly, and it wasn't a question of cheating, but a question of not, I don't know, not making the right move. It was a dumb move, someone would say. Well, what do you mean calling me dumb? Or that kind of stuff. We'll go on from there.
Why was it so unpleasant for you?
Because they'd fight and they'd yell, and I had an aversion to that kind of behavior, and still do. I don't like yelling and fighting. And I know when you and Lee were growing up, I did my share of yelling. On occasion. I mean, when I'm ticked off, I yell, but I don't like it. I don't like it in myself, and I never liked it in anyone else. And so I grew up disliking cards, and to this day I really don't like playing cards. I guess for two reasons. One, I don't like it for the memories that it evokes, and two is that I'm a lousy card player, and I don't like to lose. And maybe two is because of one.
Yes. Did your father lose a lot of money playing
There were
cards?
times he'd lose a lot of money, and there were times he'd make a lot of money. He used to play cards on a Saturday night, pinochle, for the most part. They'd play for high stakes, and they'd play all night. They'd start, 7, 8 o'clock at night and go through 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Mm.
And smoking, they didn't drink, there was smoking and card playing and arguing. And this was not with his family, this was a group of guys that he played with.
At your house sometimes?
Yep. Yeah, they'd rotate, they'd go to different places, but it was very often at my house.
Was it all male?
Always all male.
So what would Bubby do while they were...
She'd listen to the radio, or
Uh-huh.
do whatever she was doing in the kitchen, and she didn't like it because it was, time away from her with him,
Mm-hmm.
and she just felt left out. But he enjoyed it very much. And so there were times he made a lot of money playing cards.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say a lot of money, he played cards and he could, win $50 or $60. But I didn't hear when he lost $50 or $60. And maybe he never lost that much. Maybe he lost 20. If one man win doesn't mean that
It all came from one person.
That's right. Yeah. And maybe it was even more money than that because it was kind of hush hush. But I kind of get the drift. As I get older, I'd hear more about it and understand more about it.
Mm-hmm.
I never learned how to play pinochle. Had no desire whatsoever. And poker, which was the second game that he played, I know a little bit about. And but had no desire to learn it. So the card games that I played were kids' games: casino, fish, rummy. Used to love to play 500 rummy. Play it for hours on end, particularly in the summer times. But the card games were a real sore spot.
You said before that your father got less, he yelled less as you got older and kind of mellowed out.
Yeah, for me. But you have to understand that I was married at 20.
Hmm.
So his time yelling at me was probably up to around 14, 15, 16 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think that I was just, I don't recall crossing him. Maybe I learned not to.
Mm-hmm.
And then started, my own life.
Did you live at home till you got married?
Yeah.
At Intervale Street?
Yeah, by that time we had moved to 137 Intervale Street, which was diagonally across the street.
Why'd you move?
I think it was a bigger apartment. It was a bigger apartment, and maybe there was the rent might have been a little bit less. In those days, people moved around. Uh, if they couldn't pay the rent in one place, they'd move out to another place because it's interesting. The landlords used to give you a month or two free rent just to move into their apartments.
Hmm.
Or sometimes half a month's rent, so sometimes people just moved around. They couldn't swing it in one place. They had a fight with the landlord. The landlord was giving them, hassling them a little bit.
Was it a big deal to move?
I don't remember it. I don't remember any upheaval in moving. I remember movers doing it. Movers coming to move the stuff.
I see.
You know, we didn't have a car. It was too far to walk the stuff, although it was just down the street, but you couldn't keep running back and forth, so movers would come and move.
Mm-hmm.
We did, you know, we had big furniture. There was a big dining room set, I remember, and a complete living room set, big, heavy, bulky stuff.
Yeah.
Dining room set was mammoth. I remember that vividly because I used to polish it. I used to love to polish it. There was a big dining room table with four legs which were connected diagonally with a center leg, so everything ran from each leg to the center leg, and the legs were all knurled leg, a lot of detail and stuff like that. And I used to love to get under the table and polish those legs.
Hmm.
And you know, there was a big buffet, and all the chairs had big legs, and a lot of wood to polish. And it was a treat. You know, for one thing, I was helping my mother, and then I enjoyed doing it. I never found that, you know, that it was a pain in the neck to do.
What'd you polish it with?
Furniture polish, I think it was Old English Furniture Polish was the brand. This was dark, dark mahogany furniture, and I could make it shine, sparkle, shine.
Is that the set that your mother and father had at Deering Road?
No, that set was long gone. When they left it to Ville Street, I think they got rid of the set. I don't know how they got rid of it. They never had a dining room set on Deering Road. They had a table that used to pull out, which Bubby still has. That's the table with all the pictures in it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, staying back there, you're,
At 137 Intervale Street, I had an accident. A sledding accident. I was 12 years old. And I was sledding down a hill where we went sledding all the time, and hit a lot of kids. And there, you know, in those places when you go sledding, kids were walking up and kids were sliding down, so there were always kids all over the place.
mm-hmm.
And for the most part, they stayed off the area where other kids were sliding down. But when you get down to the bottom, there was usually a mess of kids because kids had just got there, kids were coming in with their sleds, and you know, the kids that were through tried to scamper out of the way. But as kids are, there were some kids who didn't move quickly, and I was coming down quite fast on my sled, and I remember yelling to them and trying to swerve so I wouldn't hit them. And I didn't hit them, but I did hit a big lamppost with the front corner of the sled, and I was lying on the sled face down. And I thought the wind was knocked out of me because of the pain. The other kids knew I was injured, and there were some, at that time there were WPA people who were working in the area.
What's WPA?
WPA was the Workmen's Project Association. It was actually a government agency that created jobs for people to work. It was during the Depression, and there were just no jobs around. And so there were public works like repairing streets, and recreation areas. And so there are always WPA people around working. I'm trying to think of what WPA stood for, but it was Workmen's Public something. Workmen's Project Association, I think is what it was called. And they carried me on the sled to my house.
Mm.
Needless to say, my mother was quite upset, and she called the doctor, and the doctor came down and checked my urine, and it was red.
Mm.
And so he was quite alarmed and said I should get to the hospital. And he took me and my mother in his car to the hospital.
Oh my.
And I was in pain. I remember that. And I remember being in the back seat of his car. And we went to the children's hospital. And the children's hospital didn't want to accept me because I was over age for the children's hospital. I think 11 was the limit. And here I am, and when they said, you have to go to the Brigham or someplace, and I groaned, and they said, okay, maybe he's too sick to move. We better check him out. And so this was around Christmas time. It was, around Christmas time. And they determined that I had ruptured my kidney. And they decided not to operate to see if it would heal itself. And fortunately it did. And I was in the hospital, I think I was in the hospital about 10 days to 2 weeks.
Mm.
And that's another memory that haunts me. I don't remember my mother and father visiting me very often. And I asked about it, and my mother said, oh, sure, we used to visit you all the time. But I don't remember it. Don't remember it. And it bothers me. Because it was a big place, and I know I was, scared, even though I was, not a baby, but I was still scared. The people there were very nice. The nutritionist would ask if there was anything I wanted to eat, and I said, I'd like some Lux and a bagel and cream cheese. And they didn't know what the hell Lux was in those days. Lux, how do you spell it? I said, L-U-X. Well, that's a soap. I said, no, it's a fish. And I recall that, there was Santa Claus came around and brought gifts for all the kids, including me. And there was the Trapp family came, the Von Trapp family came and went through the hospital singing to everybody. They just went up and down the wards singing, and it was just an exciting thing. I didn't know who the hell the Von Trapp family was. They call them the Trapp family. I didn't know who they were until years later.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a Swedish family. They told us that came around. They were singers, and so they came to entertain the kids that were in the hospital around Christmas time. Now, I don't remember being in the hospital over Christmas time, because Christmas was no big deal with me anyway. But I know I was in there around Christmas time because of the decorations and the gift giving and the Trapp family coming and that kind of thing. I know it was before my bar mitzvah. Other things I remember from living on 137th Vale Street and getting back to my father, this was after my bar mitzvah, I guess, was when his father died. Oh, I don't remember whether his father died before my bar mitzvah or after my bar mitzvah. I think it was after my bar mitzvah. My mother's father died before my bar mitzvah, about a year before. And my other grandfather was alive for my bar mitzvah. But what I remember was when he did die, and also when my grandmother died, No. When my grandfather died, my father's father died, going every morning with my father to my grandfather's house for services. Memorial, you know, when they had the sitting shiva, he would come home at night and then go back during the day. And I would go with him in the morning for morning service, and I felt pretty important doing that. And liked being with my father in that place at that time.
Was he very sad?
I don't recall him being very sad. I don't recall his reaction at all, to be honest with you. When my mother's father died, I recall her being very emotional, very sad. He was a sweet man. He really was a sweet man. I enjoyed him.
We'll get to him. Let me just look at the tape. Okay.
What do you remember from your early childhood of your mother? What was she like?
I remember her always being around. I remember her always being around, and I remember wanting to help her do things. She used to confide in me a lot.
About what?
About how unhappy she was with my father playing cards. This was as I was getting older, I guess. I remember her caring very much, taking me and Lou when he was old enough to the beach. We used to go to the beach in the Iceman's truck or the laundry truck. A whole group of people would get together and chip in and pay the laundryman after he got through with his deliveries and his truck was empty to come back at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and take us to the beach, which was maybe 3-4 miles away, and she'd pack lunches and food, pack food, and the truck would be full of people. It'd be me and my mother and Lou, and probably Louie and her 4 kids or 5 kids, whichever the case may be, and maybe a neighbor and some kids. And he'd take us to Carson Beach or City Point, which is in South Boston. And we'd spend the day there, and he'd come back and pick us up at whatever time they had designated, which was 5 o'clock or something like that, and bring us home. And he would do that, and sometimes the Iceman would come in his car after he got through delivering his ice because they always delivered ice in the morning and in the evening. And so we'd have time off during the day, and he would bring us to the beach for a few hours. And that used to be fun time going to the beach. And the excitement of eating out, picnicking. We never ate out in a restaurant. It was just whatever food we brought, we ate. And I remember that. I remember, again, Revere Beach and being with her. And of course, my father was always working or playing cards, so my contact with her was far greater than with my father. I remember her when she got angry at me, she would pinch.
Where?
Right under wherever she landed, really. I was going to say right under my arms, but wherever she could grab me, she'd really pinch and twist. And
that would be punishment?
That would be punishment rather than hitting. She pinched. And she would go yelling after my father when my father was chasing me, don't hit him. Don't hit him in the head. If you hit him, don't hit him in the head. And I'll never forget that. And I remember she would, on occasion, threaten me, wait till your father comes home. And that was awful. I would much rather have her pinch me and be the end of it than have to wait till my father came home and then start the whole thing all over again, which is a lousy way to do things, but that's all she knew at the time.
Was she a happy woman?
I think, for the most part, she was happy. She viewed it a tough life, and I guess she did have a tough life. In never having enough money.
Did you ever go hungry?
No. No, I don't think we may have been able to eat what she would want us to eat. And there were a lot of things that we wanted that we couldn't get. But I don't think we ever went hungry. And I don't know how they managed, but we never went hungry. People used to help out people a lot when we were kids. And when my mother and father had, and there was a family that were having trouble, they'd send over whatever they could spare. And living on Intervale Street was a real experience. We used to there was a corner grocery store which was in the basement of a building. It's called Schumann's, owned by the Schumann family, man and woman. And in those days when refrigeration wasn't available to everybody, a lot of people had ice boxes, and we did too for a long time. You'd buy things almost on a daily basis, your milk and things like that, because you couldn't keep too far ahead. And so you're always making trips to the grocery store. And because money was scarce and people just didn't have money, he used to allow credit. And on the credit, he'd give you play money. Maybe he'd give you $25 of play money, and you could use that anytime you wanted. And it was pieces of paper, like almost like Monopoly money, but it was made out of cardboard. And so we'd go to the store with that and buy things. Other times he would just put it on the book. He'd go in there and buy something and put it on the book. And the only time that I never went and bought things and put it on the book without my folks' permission for myself, but if they sent me down for something, I'd always bring something more back. I'd never go and get just what they asked for.
Would the something more be a treat for yourself?
It might be a treat for everybody, but I would get part of it, you see.
Yeah.
And the exciting time was on a Saturday afternoon to be able to go down and buy hot dogs at the local deli. Hot dogs and beans. Heinz baked beans always. And for a long time, the beans used to be heated in a can, and the can would be immersed in hot water. They'd heat the beans right in the can. Why, I don't know, but that's the way they did it. My mother and father.
Oh, your folks would, I see.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't.
I thought you meant at the deli they would
Oh
serve you hot.
no. We went down and bought it and brought it home. We couldn't afford to eat in the deli.
No, I see.
So buying deli was in itself a big treat. If you had enough money for potato salad or coleslaw, my God, that was wow. And mustard was free. If you bought hot dogs, you got mustard free. And they'd take a piece of wax paper and roll it up in a cone shape and fill it with mustard, then fold the top over, and that was your mustard. You never bought mustard. Mustard was free. It came with deli, because when else would you use it?
Right.
And you'd never save it. When you threw whatever was left away. It was an indispensable item.
Dispensable
item. Because you always get more of it. And that was always a treat. And living on Intervale Street and Blue Hill Avenue, as I look back on it, was really a joy because instead of a supermarket, you'd walk down to the avenue and there were just store after store. You have dry goods stores and shoe stores and grocery stores and candy stores, and there was a store for everything. And butcher shops and not too many dry cleaners. That was a real luxury. Not like today. And a man out in the street selling herring, barrels of herring, and different kinds of herring. Another man, which is actually, I didn't know it at the time, was Mom's uncle, who used to have a little stand out in the street, a little pushcart stand, and he sold shoelaces and notions and threads and things like that.
Which uncle?
Their Uncle Sam. He was a little bit retarded. And I never knew it was her uncle till, long after we'd been gone with her. Or sometime after we'd been gone with her.
Yeah. Long after you're going with her, you married her, for goodness
Yeah,
sakes.
yeah. I used to sell magazines.
Where?
Used to be a man coming in a car, and boy, if you were hired to sell magazines, wow, you were something special. And finally, I got picked to sell magazines. It was Liberty Magazine and Saturday Evening Post. I used to sell for a nickel a piece, and I'd go from door to door and try to sell them.
Oh, how old were you?
10, 11, 12, something like that, maybe 13, I forget.
Didn't you sell newspapers in a corner in Boston?
Yep, I sold newspapers when I got older. The age escapes me now. It's hard to remember exactly when, but I sold newspapers in Boston. I sold newspapers at in the First National Bank building in Boston, the headquarters of the First National Bank, and they had a little route within the bank where I delivered papers to some people on each floor.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd set up papers in the lobby of the bank. And if people went out going home, I'd sell them papers. And then I always worked for somebody. This wasn't my stand. I just, someone hired me. And then I had a stand further down on Federal Street, and I found a Federal on High Street, almost on High Street. This was during the war years now, so I was older. Because I remember yelling the war headlines. Wow. Some ship was sunk, or there's a big battle going on. And these were big things, and people would stop to buy the paper. The Battle of Iwo Jima, read all about it. So this had to be 43, 44, so which made me 15, 16 years old. I used to deliver papers locally in Roxbury at one point in my newspaper career, and deliver papers for my uncle, which was a real treat. My uncles were good to me. Being the oldest nephew, I had a lot of advantages. Uncle Charlie and Harry ran a grocery store, and I remember going with Harry. He picked me up, and then Harry owned a big paper route which he employed a lot of kids for, and I used to go with him on Sundays. He'd hire me for delivering Sunday papers, and in the summertime daily papers. And it was always a treat to go with Harry. He'd buy me breakfast, and that was, wow, best breakfast in the world was a poached egg on toast. It was that exciting. I mean, it was a whole new food experience. I never had a poached egg in my life till I went with Harry. Eggs were either soft boiled or scrambled.
Right.
And there was a bakery that used to bake donuts similar to the Stop and Shop donuts or the Hostess donuts,
Yeah.
little white,
Yes, with the white
cinnamon
confection.
donuts. And obviously when you're baking donuts in that kind of quantity for distribution, they'd be broken donuts. Donuts
Mhm.
that didn't come out perfectly. And you could go in and buy a whole big bag full of donuts. I mean a bag full for a nickel or a quarter, whatever it was, and eat donuts that was in pieces. You know, because everything was, you know, they were no. If you got a piece that was bigger than your finger, that was a big deal, you know. But they sold it, and people came in and bought it, and it was a real treat. And boy, we just OD on donuts. uh, and then going early in the morning was a treat. Going into a diner and having a breakfast
With Harry?
with Harry. And I mean, you know, he picked me up like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday morning.
What kind of work did you do?
Newspapers. You had to deliver the Sunday newspaper. Before you could deliver them, you had to put them together. You see, the funnies and and some of the rotogravure sections were available during the week, and then the news section came out Saturday night actually when it was printed, and they'd be left off for him. And so he'd be there early Sunday morning with me, and we put papers together. And in those days, it was interesting. I'm going backwards a little bit, but the weekly paper I'd deliver with him from his car, and it would stand on the running. The cars had running boards. The car he has a running board. You know what a running board is?
Yeah, you can.
You could
Yeah.
stand on it. It was like a step going into the car.
Yes.
And so if you know, with the windows open, you could stand on the running board and put your arm around the center post of the car,
Mhm.
and he'd hand me the newspaper, and I'd throw it from the car. We'd hardly even stop. Just whisk the paper up on the porch or the steps.
They were all folded in the car
He'd
already?
fold them. So he could fold them while he was driving, or while I, you know, if I stopped for a minute, I had to run up, you know. I'd fold
Sounds
a
like
bunch ahead of
suicide
time.
run, you know?
Well, it was fun. We never were going fast, but you know, the excitement of standing on the running board of a car. Wow. And on Intervale Street, I went with the ice cream man a couple of times, and that was a big treat too. Also standing on the running board of the truck, and he'd be ringing his bell going down the street, and I went on with him on his route. I don't know how often, but I did that and got paid for it. And the idea was to be on the outside of the truck, so if anybody said, "Hey, ice cream," I could tell them, "Who?" Somebody wants an ice cream, you know. And I'll run the ice cream up to someone who was calling down from the second floor. You know,
Yeah.
they'd throw the money down, and you'd run up with the ice cream or throw the ice cream up.
Goodness. How much would you get paid?
Oh, not much. I never got paid a lot. The first big money I made was working in Revere for the concession stands. And I ran a hoopla, which is a place where people threw hoops.
Uh-huh.
And you know, if the hoop landed around
The ring.
the ring,
It's like a big ring toss.
It was a ring toss, and so there were prizes that were on things that were shaped. Well, the prizes were actually on a square block. Now that hoop had to get over the square block, and there wasn't much tolerance. See, if you got the hoop on the prize and it didn't fall down over the block completely, you wouldn't win. And so during the war years, I worked at Revere Beach, and that was an exciting time in my life. You know, just growing up.
How old were you then? Because when were you delivering papers and announcing the war?
No, that was in the wintertime.
In the winter, I see.
You know, except for the summer, because the summers we were going to the beach.
I see.
So that was also, let's see, the war was over in 45, and at 45 I was 17. So it had to be from the time I was 14 to 17 that I worked at the beach, 16.
How'd you get that job?
They
That's
needed first of all, they needed people, because there weren't people around to work on them. You know, you couldn't. Adults were all tied up in the war effort.
I see.
So they had to work with kids, and because it was summertime work, I don't know whether you needed a work. I don't think they even bothered with working certificates or anything like that. As long as you were willing to work, they entrusted you with working. My cousin working in one of the concession stands,
Mm-hmm.
and this one particular group of people owned a whole bunch of concession stands. And my cousin Davy Marin worked in a pokerino place where you roll the balls into this big table, and you know, it fell into different holes, which you really had no control over.
Right.
But if you got a winning poker hand, you won a prize.
Right.
And there was Beano games, but I ended up, I worked on that Pokerino place, I worked on the Hoopla, and I was in charge of the Hoopla stand. And I guess the most interesting stand I ever did was a recording studio.
What?
And it was the old-fashioned way of cutting records. With you have the plain disc, and you put an arm down on the disc, and it really would cut the record.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
To send messages overseas?
yeah, for people to send messages to their loved ones, because it was at a place like this, 80 to 90% of the people were servicemen and their dates. And so they'd come along and they'd send the recording, or people would come, they want to send something to a serviceman, and they'd come specifically to do that because it was an easy place to do that. It was relatively inexpensive. And they had 3 minutes.
Mm.
And my God, 3 minutes, I have so much to say, and I get in there and, what am I going to say? But it was interesting. I used to listen to some of the people. I was on the other side of the booth, turning the equipment on, and I could hear what they were saying. And some of it was very emotional, and some of it was light and funny. But there were people that really wanted to send a message. Women that were sad at having their husbands gone and how much they missed them. And the same thing for servicemen who came in and wanted to send records to different parts of the country.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't even send the records for them. We just made it and they took it. But it was a very fascinating experience. Fascinating experience. The war years for me, were interesting times. I was very much wrapped up in what was going on. Wasn't aware of what was going on in terms of the Holocaust, interestingly enough. That came later after the war when I found out about it. But excited, there was some degree of patriotism and excitement about the war, the winning of the battles. I mean, being around when that was taking place, and only being part of it in terms of, I guess being alive while that was happening, and not realizing that it was history that was being made at that time, as sad a history as it was. In retrospect, it was an exciting time. And I tried to go in the service when I graduated high school, and got turned down. That was a terrible disappointment to me.
Why were you turned down?
Because of the ruptured kidney.
Is that right?
Yeah.
How did they know?
I told them, like an idiot, I say now. I filled out the application. Everybody from my, in my 4 years of high school, when you graduated, you went into the service. There was no question about it. You passed your physical and you went into the service. And so I figured I was going to go into the service. Well, the war was over in June of '45. I got out of high school actually the middle of May. And I didn't know the war was going to be over in June. And nobody did. But the war was winding down. They were getting more critical on who they would allow into the service. And was the war over in June? I think it was June. Geez, I don't remember now. The invasion was in June. Anyway, the war was over in '45. And I did not want to go in the Army. From my point of view, the Army was a dirty life. It was tough. And I just viewed things as being much cleaner and neater in the Navy. So I figured if I'm going to have to go in the service, I'll volunteer for the Navy. And so I didn't apply to college and went to enlist in the Navy. And I filled out the application, and they asked if there was, if you'd ever had any injuries. I had an injury, a ruptured kidney while I was sledding. I was 17. I was an adult from my point of view, and I'm talking about something that happened when I was 12 years old. And the doctor looked at it. He said, "You have any problem?" I said, "No." He said, "Well," he said, "I don't think you're going to be accepted by the Navy, but get your hospital records." So I went to the Children's Hospital to get the records. And they gave me records of a time when I was much younger and I had a problem with my feet, with weak arches,
Mm-hmm.
and knock knee or whatever, that my mother had brought me to the Children's Hospital for. I never read what they gave me. I brought it back to the recruiting place. And the doctor, they looked at, "Oh, you've got trouble with your feet." I said, "No, well, this is what the record says." I said, "My feet are fine." So that's what it was. They gave me the records of the feet as well as the kidney accident, because they gave me all my records.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "I want you to jump up on the ball of your right foot 100 times. If your heel hits the deck once, you're out."
Jesus Christ.
Well, I got to tell you,
You were limping for a week.
my foot got numb. I don't know how many times I went up and down. I don't know whether my heel hit the deck or not, but my foot, you can't do that very long without your foot getting numb. But apparently it didn't hit the deck, and he wasn't standing by watching all the time anyway. He was busy, and I was still jumping up and down, and he came back and said, "Okay, I guess your feet are all right." But they rejected me on the fact that I had ruptured the kidney. I went and I took tests again at the Brigham, and the x-rays, and the kidney is scarred. And he said, "You could very well live out a very full lifetime without any kidney problems at all, but we don't know that, under extreme conditions in the Navy where you might not injure that kidney again, and we don't want to take the chance." Rejected. Well, I didn't take that lying down.
You were still hopping.
My father was working at the time with someone who was recently discharged from the Navy Medical Corps, who had served under the man who was made the commandant at the Chelsea Naval Hospital, top man at the Chelsea Naval Hospital. And he got me an appointment with that man. And I brought my records up to him, and he looked at them and he said, "You're perfectly healthy, and that kidney may never give you any problem at all." He says, "And if it were up to me, I'd accept you in the Navy, but I can't go over the recruiting officer's head." Oh shit. Well, then I said, "The hell with it. If the Navy won't have me, I'm just going to wait till the Army drafts me," figuring I would be drafted. Never got called.
No kidding.
Never got called.
Wasn't there any feeling that joining the armed forces was suicide?
Oh no. No way. That was an exciting thing to do, to be old enough to go in the service. The patriotism at that time and the need to defend the country and save the world was just overwhelming.
Even though 90,000 people came back in coffins?
It didn't affect us that way. When you figure 90,000 people over the period of 4 years, and if it didn't affect you directly, you had no member of your family.
But didn't you know?
Yeah, I had 2 uncles that were in the service. Unfortunately, they came out okay. I think they were injured.
In World War I, you mean?
No, World War II. This is World War II we're talking about.
Yeah, no, but your uncles, how could they have been in the same war?
Well, Joe and Charlie.
But they were much, much older than you.
Yeah.
I thought that the Army didn't take people that were over, like
Over
22.
38. During the war, it was up to 38. I remember going up and getting Grandpa's draft classification. and he was 38 at the time.
Jeez.
So he never got called. But they were drafting up to the age of 38. Wow. I mean, they were, when the country mobilized, it went gung ho, and you just can't work with just 22-year-olds.
Yeah.
And that's why when you ever see movies or stories about the war, there were people of all ages there, from 18-year-olds on up to 38-year-olds in terms of draftees. And then there were career people that were older.
Mm.
So, but I remember going up to Grove Hall in Roxbury and waiting for my father's number to be called to get him his number and his classification. Because he didn't have to be there, but someone had to be there to get the information and bring it home.
Huh.
And I think at the time he was around 38. Sure. Sure, because he was married at about 20 also.
Did he feel patriotic?
He didn't want to go in the service. I know he didn't want to do that. And he went, the shenanigans that went on. He had the opportunity of, big money was being made if he went to work in the defense plant. Like Navy Yard, shipyards, big money. And someone suggested, go to work down the Navy Yard. Well, I'm an upholsterer. They don't need upholsterers. They need pipe fitters and steam fitters and electricians. Get a toolkit and you'll go to work. I think he got a sheet metal kit. He bought all the tools for sheet metal working. And was ready to report to work. And then his, the people he was working for just convinced him that he should stay with them and do the upholstering and give them more money and so forth. And he didn't go.
Really? Because when I spoke with him, he hated upholstery with such a passion.
Yeah, that was his chance to get out of it. They needed people so badly that even if you didn't know how to do the work, you'd pick it up.
Yeah.
You'd start out green, and they,
But why did he stay?
Because I guess he felt the security of it. He knew what he was doing, and he knew he could earn money doing it. And I understand that now, because I did the same thing at North American and American Aluminum. I hung in there, unhappy, but that week's pay that was coming in every week
Was secure.
was secure. And I was just afraid to give that up.
I see.
Couldn't afford to give it up.
Yeah, take the risk.
Take the risk. And he couldn't afford to give it up and take the risk either, even to going to work and making big money. He would be going in as under false pretenses. And I guess he didn't like that. And he was afraid, what if he would be caught? What if he were fired? And so there were a lot of things that fed into it. And he just didn't want to take that risk. And he was a gambling man, but he wouldn't take that risk.
I just remember the way he said to me when he said the family was deciding what to do, what Barney should do. There was a big family meeting one particular night. And should he become a tailor, should he become a baker, a butcher, whatever trade. And there were arguments, flying around the room back and forth. And finally a neighbor walked in and said, "What's the big deal? You want to know what to do with Barney?" Anyway, Graham said, when the neighbor walked in, he said in it, his words were, "I could have broken his fingers." If I'd have known that's what he was going to say.
Oh.
I mean, and he said that it was from his toes, the way he said that, just so deep.
Yeah, I often wonder why he was, as I told you, he was unhappy. And he was good at what he did. He was top man in the city. I mean, Barney Keimach was it when it came to upholstering. He had a reputation of being a crackerjack. And not only being good, but fast. And that's a hell of a combination. Because when you could produce, and produce quality work, you were among a rare few. And so you would think that a man who hated what he was doing might not care about what he was doing, but he was always concerned with quality, and that his and the reputation that he had to maintain of being fast and good, fast and excellent. And so maybe he was frustrated at not getting more education. You know, he used to read the papers. My mother very seldom read the papers. And he'd read the papers and read the news and the editorials, and he was well versed in what was going on. And that was very important for him to read the papers. He was not a book reader, but he read the papers, he listened to the radio, he knew what was going on around him.
Where did you learn to read?
He did go to grammar school, I guess, for a while.
Oh, I see.
So he learned how to read. And, you know, the stories I heard from him later on in life were just so fascinating. And I hope he told you all these things on tape, you know, going to work for his uncle selling shoes.
I don't remember that one.
You know? And the means of transportation, when you didn't have car fare, you had to walk for miles. You'd walk, and there was nothing. That's the way you got to work. You walk. So you had to walk 3, 4, 5 miles. So you walked 3, 4, 5 miles. And I guess he was frustrated in that he missed out. He might have missed, as he viewed it, he might have missed out in maybe gaining a lot of or some of the luxuries of life. Like, he didn't buy a car till 1950, and he didn't know how to drive. Never learned how to drive until 1950. And people around him had cars. You know, Harry had a car. My mother's brother Harry had a car. Sarah and Sidney had a car. And having a car was really prestigious. And Harry was in business for himself. Dave Brooks was in business for himself.
Who the hell's Dave Brooks?
Bertha Brooks' husband. Jeannie's father.
How are they related to you?
Bertha is my father's sister. So the family was really a mixed bag, as most families are. There were people who had more, and people who didn't have as much, and people who owned their own house, and people who didn't. But my folks never bought their own house. They never had a car till 1950. And when I think back on it, I wonder why. Why didn't they buy their own house? They never had the money to, for a down payment. Or they never had the desire or the need to own their own house. You know, it was a way of life. You rented an apartment. So as I look back on it, my first love was a girl that I met in Roxbury, and she used to summer out at Revere Beach with her family, and that was convenient. And I used to think she was just pretty terrific. And I just met her a few years back.
Oh yes, you told me.
Yeah, after not seeing her for a long time. We just met her a couple of weeks ago again when we were in Lexington, and I looked at her and I said, wow, what an ugly woman. She did not age well at all. And Mom said to me, she was never a good-looking young woman, you know. Well, I don't know. In my imagination, she was.
Yes. Did either of your parents ever speak of the old country of Russia?
Oh, all the time.
All the time?
Yeah, yeah. My father, I shouldn't say all the time, but frequently. My mother spoke of the old country a lot. Used to tell me stories when I was a kid of her, about her brothers got killed in the war, during the revolution, the Russian Revolution. And my father used to speak not so much of the old country, but the getting out of the old country and the trips that he made, and how long it took him to get to this country. And up until, I guess, just before he died, I used to just find out things that I never knew, you know.
Did he tell you at your questioning, or just as you were sitting around? You know,
Just
his own
suddenly we'd be talking, and it would suddenly come up. I never thought of questioning him before, you know. And but how they were headed for Israel, Palestine.
Right.
He told you that.
Yes.
And they got detoured. But the funniest story was him sleeping with the watermelons. Did he tell you that?
No.
Yeah, in Turkey, his father bought a load of watermelons to sell, and they were in the marketplace. And now they couldn't leave them alone at night; they'd get stolen. So my father slept on a pile of watermelons. But he was versed in a couple of languages, I guess, when he came here. He could speak some Turkish, he could speak Russian, he could speak Yiddish, he could speak English. You know, he picked up English, so he had a good talent for language and I think whatever really that he wanted to turn to. And unfortunately, he got caught in making a living, earning money to help his parents out, and earning money to help his family out.
Did he support his parents while you were growing up?
No.
What kind of work did his father do?
I think his father was a pocketbook maker in the old country. Yeah, I know he did that at some point when he came to this country, and then he got sick. It didn't work. I don't know where he got money from. I guess the kids that were home supported him, George and Charlie. When the kids were living at home, they had to earn money and bring it home. That was the way. They just turn it over. And they did that. And there were a couple of rebels in the family. George rebelled because he didn't turn over all his money. They wouldn't give him any food to eat. And he finally left and came to live with Bobby and Grams, because he said, I'm not going to give them money if they're not going to give me food to eat. That kind of thing. And they did some nasty things, my grandparents, from what I hear. They were pretty nasty to Bobby and Grams too. To hear, you know, my mother will tell you stories like that, of how rotten they were. But that's her story. I liked them. I remember getting together at their house with the whole family on different occasions. That was nice. Family got together a lot in those days. Uncles and aunts and nieces and nephews.
Well, you had quite a large family.
Yeah, and a lot of us lived in the Roxbury, Dorchester area, so we could walk to where we were going. Now to get to Revere, where my mother's brother lived, was a long way off.
Yes.
For us, and her sister lived in Worcester.
Yeah. Sarah always lived in Worcester?
Always lived in Worcester, yeah. And so the only ones that we were close to in growing up were the Linskys, across the street, Lily and her family.
I see.
But Sarah always lived in Worcester, and that was a treat because we wouldn't see them very often. And when they were coming to Boston, that was exciting. We went there; it was exciting, and we never really went there because we had no way of getting there. So it was them coming to Boston more often, and sometimes they'd take me back for a week or something like that to stay with them during a summer or vacation or whatever.
Did the whole family get together for, say, Passover?
Yes. The Passover Seder's that I remember used to be at my mother's parents' house in the West End of Boston. Those were highlights in my life. My grandfather was a tailor. And the front room of the house, they lived in a tenement on Allen Street, and the street isn't there anymore.
The street isn't
The
there?
street isn't there anymore. It's the Mass General Hospital just built right over, took over the whole area, so the street isn't there anymore.
It was right near the river then?
Oh yeah, right across from the Charles River.
Oh my.
And so there were streets that ran perpendicular to the river.
Uh-huh.
Well, between the hospital and that big high-rise complex, a lot of the streets were wiped out. And they lived on a street that bordered, the back side of the hospital was on the street. In fact, the laundry of the hospital was on that street. You can go by, you can hear the machines running and the generators and whatever. And it was Allen Street. And Passover, the tailor shop was in the front room of the house. Now tailors used to have a long table for cutting fabric. Well, that's the table that we used to have the Seder.
Of course.
And it was just so exciting to be there. The whole family waiting for the people, my cousins and aunt and uncle to come from Worcester and the ones from Revere, because we couldn't get to see them very often. But we did on Passover, which was one of the times we all got together.
Who led the service?
My grandfather.
Only?
Yeah.
Did anybody else participate?
Very little. Some of my uncle, Sidney would, and Harry would a little bit, but the women didn't participate.
Was it all Hebrew?
All Hebrew from beginning to end.
Big meal?
Humongous.
Who prepared?
My grandmother.
All by herself?
All by herself.
You know how many people that is?
Yeah. There's a lot of people. But she cooked and that was it. That was
It's like
it.
30 people.
Hey, that was a reason for being.
My God.
Yeah.
And who had enough plates?
I don't know, but we managed.
Did you do it in shifts, or did everyone have soup?
Everybody ate at the same time.
Unbelievable. Because no one could have service for 30.
Well, as I recall, I remember the Hurwitzes being there. I remember the Marins being there. I don't remember the Linskys being there. They must have been there, but I don't remember it. But I don't think it was 30 people, Brad, because the Hurwitzes were 4. We were 4, because before Phyllis was born. That's 8. My grandmother and grandfather were 10. So if the Linskys were there, it would have been another 6 people at some point, depending on the age of the kids.
But didn't Grams have wasn't he one of about 10?
But
Children?
This was my mother and father in the West End.
I
So it was a
see.
smaller
Okay,
family.
okay, I'm thinking of the other side.
Yeah. No, the other side was a humongous side. We never had a Seder with them, that I recall. Seders were always with my grandfather in the West End,
Oh.
grandmother. And what an exciting adventure it was for me when I was a kid. And my mother let me go to the West End myself by streetcar and subway.
Yes.
That was exciting. And I remember my grandfather,
And what was her last name?
Marin. I remember my grandfather. I can picture him now. We used to live on Intervale Street. There was a hill on both sides of the street. We lived on the top of the hill. And I remember him coming with bags of food. 2 big brown shopping bags that he'd bring from the North End.
Let me switch the table then.
I'm pretty dry.
Right.
I remember my grandfather walking up the hill, and he was an old man. He was always an old man to me. White hair.
This is your mother's father.
My mother's father. And he would carry, because when they lived in the West End, which is really adjacent to the North End, he'd go to the market and buy produce and have these 2 big brown shopping bags that were quite heavy. And he'd come out by subway and streetcar and bring it to our house because we didn't have. And I can picture him walking up the street, this old man with these two big bundles, and I run to meet him. I must have been 9, 10 years old, probably at the time. And that was exciting. It's just a picture that's always stayed with me. He was a nice man. Yeah. I used to love to go visit him, and he let me. All right.
Yep. It's a great cider.
And he'd let me work at his cutting table, and he'd give me his big shears and some fabric to play with and cut, while he'd be busy sewing. And one time, my mother had brought me there while she went shopping or something into town. And I was playing at the table, and I knocked the shears down off the table, and they stuck into the ankle of my foot.
Oh no.
Yeah, they just pierced the ankle. Right in the forefoot. It's like I still have a scar there from it. And he came in and he bound up the foot with whatever bandage that he had that was clean, and then to make it tight, he used binding that they use on hems and things like that. And he really bound up the foot tight and stopped the bleeding. And I believe when my mother came, he told her about it. And we went to the doctor, and the doctor, unbandaged it. He said, "Okay, it'll heal by itself. You did a good job in tightening it up that way." But I'll never forget that. He was right there on the spot and knew just what to do. And I guess he felt terrible that I hurt myself.
He was shocked.
Yeah. But it was an adventure to go to the West End, and he'd give me some money, and I'd go around the corner to the little corner store where it's a candy store and things, and I'd go buy some things. It was just exciting to do that. And that goes back a long time, Brad.
Sure does.
I think the street was on Prince. The name of the street was Prince Street. I don't think that street's there anymore either. It's so sad to see a neighborhood just totally. It's one thing if the neighborhood changes, and it's another thing if the building is torn down when the whole street is gone.
That's a funny feeling.
It is, yeah. Yeah. And it wasn't a great street. It was just a neighborhood of tenement houses. It was slums, is what it was. But people lived there and thrived there, and it was a mixed neighborhood of Jewish and Italian people. And it was just like you see pictures of the Lower East Side of New York as it used to be. That kind of thing. That's where the West End of Boston was. Or like if you're going to the North End now, which is predominantly Italian and always has been, that's a bit of history right there in that area. There aren't any places enough like that. With an mixed ethnic group of people. The North End is primarily Italian, South Boston predominantly Irish. And there really aren't any more Jewish neighborhoods as such. There used to be.
They moved to Sharon and Randolph.
Yeah. And they're no longer neighborhoods in that sense. They're communities, but they're not neighborhoods like they used to be. I mean, when I grew up, I didn't know any kids that weren't Jewish. Everybody I associated with was Jewish, except in school.
I was going to say Boston Latin is...
No, Boston English.
Boston English.
But until I went to school, even public school, because the school would stretch out into different neighborhoods. The neighborhood could change, 2 streets away. But on the street where I lived, it was an exception if there was anyone non-Jewish living on the street. There was some, but not too many. Not too many.
You said your folks spoke of the old country. How far back do you remember people? I mean, do you remember your great grandparents or anything
No.
about them?
Yeah. Well, they've never spoken to me on either side of my great grandparents. See, I don't think they knew them too well either, because they left when they were kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know whether their great grandparents were alive. Bubby came to this country when she was 7 or 8 years old, I guess, 10 years old, something like that. How old was Betty?
Oh boy.
She was born in 14 years old. No, she was 12 years old when she came
She's
here.
actually 74 now.
Yeah, not 76.
No, she likes to think she's 76.
Yeah.
And she'll admit that someone says she's 74.
And I figured out with her in the car last week too. I said, Mom, she said when she came here, she was a young girl. How did she know she was a young girl? Because her period hadn't even started yet. So she figured she must have been around 12 years old at the oldest.
Mm-hmm.
And she came here in 1922. Okay? So that means that she was born in 1910. Her birth certificate, her records show 1908 because that's the age that she makes herself out to be, or that they somehow determined was her age. And she disputes her sisters, doubting that. But I think her sisters are right in this particular case.
Mm-hmm.
If what she says is true. So she was here in 1920. She was 12 years old when she came here. And I don't know how long. Well, they didn't take the detours that my father's family did. They came over fairly directly. But I don't know whether her grandparents were alive or she ever knew them.
You knew Uncle
Benny?
Uncle Benny.
Oh yeah, well, he was here in this country.
Was he an important figure in the family when you were growing up?
He was the wealthy uncle.
Wealthy?
Yeah.
What did he do for a living?
He was a tailor.
Oh.
But he worked for a big manufacturer. And he always, he had his own home from way back. And he always seemed to do well. Always dressed immaculately and stylishly. And always seemed to have money. So he was really the wealthy Uncle Benny. And he lived to, 105 or something like that?
Something like 108.
Yeah. It was interesting. I took my mother to the cemetery. I don't know if I told you. I took my mother to the cemetery in September before the holidays. And this is the first time I ever went to the cemetery in Everett where her parents are buried. I'm familiar with the cemetery where Gramps is buried because that's the cemetery that he was involved in, and his parents are buried there. So that cemetery is very familiar to me. But I had never been to the cemetery where my grandparents are buried on my mother's side.
Which cemetery is that?
I don't know the name of it, but it's in Everett. I know where it is now. And it was important for me to know where it is, so that when my mother isn't around anymore, she can't go, I would like to go. And the first thing she pointed out to me, right as you approach the cemetery, you don't have to go, right through the fence you can see it, there's a stone there of Abraham Keimach, which was my father's young brother that was killed. And originally there was a picture in the stone, but that's gone over the years. They used to, embed a snapshot into the stone.
You mean a paper snapshot?
Yeah. They'd cover it with some sort of, it wasn't plastic, then it was celluloid or something. But
really?
yeah, if you go in the cemetery, you can see old stones with pictures in them.
Oh my, I didn't know.
Yeah. They'd set it in like, you would a stone on a ring, you just see a cutout, and they glued it in some way.
So why was that in the Marin Cemetery and not the Keimach
Well, it's not
Cemetery?
really the Marin Cemetery, it just happens to be where the Marins were buried, but at the time that was, no one had lost anybody in this country.
I see.
And that was a Jewish cemetery, and so they buried him there. That was a cemetery that had set aside a place for young people when they died. And I just found out too that, interesting enough, that I guess traditionally when a young person dies, the stone is in the shape of a tree that's been cut.
Oh my.
So it's like a tree trunk with the branches cut, and no foliage, just the top cut off, you know. And that's the stone. As you walk through the cemetery, every time you see a stone like that, you know it's a young person. And so that was my first impact I had when I saw that was really, you know, wow. This is a person I'd never known. I'd only known about him. And he was a little boy when he died. He must have been, I don't know, 9 years old, 10 years old maybe. And that was his grave. But then we went up to where my grandparents are buried. And it was like visiting old family again, because they're people that I knew from my childhood that I'd long forgotten, that are buried there. Alongside them, in and around them, there was Uncle Benny and his wife. There was a woman that used to come, who was an old friend of the family. Her name was Gertie. And just other names that I recognized of people that was a strange feeling. It was a good experience. It's like visiting relatives and friends that I hadn't seen for a long time, just in memory, to go back. Very moving experience. But I do miss my father a lot. I find it hard to think of him and not get weepy about it. I guess I got closer to him in the last years of his life than I ever did growing up.
Why? Do you know?
I guess he had the time for me then, and I had the time for him. And we never had any long talks or discussions. There was one time I took him out, and we talked. He was a hard man to talk to. I don't think he was able to share himself a lot. And the most touching memories I have, and the most painful ones, were when he was in the hospital. And I often wonder, why do I remember those things so vividly? And it's obviously they were the last things, so they're just foremost in my mind. But I do miss him. And I guess I was closer to him than I thought.
Why do you say that?
Well, I very often felt distance from him and didn't like him for a good part of my life. Frightened of him. Respected him. I mean, he was my father. I had to love him. Because that's what sons are supposed to do. You love your parents. But I guess I got to know him and kind of appreciate him better when he was not the ball of fire that he used to be, not the dynamo that he used to be. And I felt sorry for him. I felt very sorry for him. And
for his present or his past?
For his present, when he was left in a weakened state where he couldn't do much physically. And I'm not talking. I'm talking about before, the hospitalization and all that. But he and Bobby used to constantly remind him of it, and it used to drive me crazy. He can't even hang a picture anymore. He'd say, right in front of him. And this is a man that was so good with his hands, and he just didn't have the energy to do that. Or I think even the desire. And that was painful to watch. And to watch him being reminded of it, be there when that happened. And I would, tell her, don't talk like that. But she'd be doing it constantly. It was just her manner of doing things. And, as I think back, how the hell did he feel hearing that? And my memory of him in the hospital was very painful and beautiful. Coming to visit him, when he was delirious, was scary and funny. When I watched, it's the first time I'd really been up close to anybody who was delirious. And he was delirious from the medication or the chemical imbalance that he was having take place in his body. And he'd be talking to me, about things that he envisioned that were happening, that just weren't happening, but he saw them happening.
Things like what?
Oh, I forget what it was, but just visions that he had of strange things that were happening. And he'd be talking about people that I never heard of before. And I'd sit there and comfort him, and then he'd come back into reality for a minute, and then start hallucinating again. And the pain that he must have been going through in wanting to die, the suffering that he endured, when the medical profession gave up on him, it was just so sad to watch. So sad to watch. And the pleasure I got one day, I came to visit him, and I stopped at one of the remaining Jewish restaurants in the city of Boston. I went there specifically and bought him some beet borscht and sour cream and some sliced challah and butter. And I brought it to him, and I fed it to him. And he enjoyed that so much. Oh, God, that was so terrific.
Mm.
I was glad that I did. And I was able to enjoy it.
Towards the end, did he ever speak what probably would have been uncharacteristic words of tenderness to you at all?
Everybody Well, most people that came around him told him that he was going to be all right, he was going to get better. And I had decided that I wasn't going to do that. I decided that in talking it over in my men's group, and that it was time to let him know that I knew he was dying, and to say my goodbyes. And I did that one day, and went in fully prepared, and he said to me, it's no good going on like this. And I said, I know. And I said, then I'm going to miss you. He said, I'm going to miss you too. I said, I love you. He said, I love you too. And that's as close as we got to death and telling each other.
Was it the last time you saw him?
No. That was really before he got critically sick and had to be transferred to the nursing home. But we knew that he knew, and I knew, and everybody around him knew that he was just had a limited amount of time. And I'm glad that I had the opportunity. The only thing I regret was that I wasn't with him when he died. He was alone. And didn't know enough then the importance of being there. Whether he knew I was there or not, it would have been important for me to be there and to somehow communicate to him that I was there. But this illness of his had gone on for so long, and it was so painful to even come visit him, that I would go every other day. We didn't know how long this was going to go on. It was in a nursing home. It could have gone on for a month or 6 months. And so it hurt to go see him. And I guess the last week he was pretty much out of it. You know, he was sleeping, not communicating. And it was painful to see him that way. And I honestly avoided seeing him. It hurt to see him that way. So I felt that I wanted to see him, but what an awful way to have to visit.
Such conflicting.
Yeah. And of course, Bobby was there every day. And she said she knew when she left him that day that was it. He was not going to survive the night, and he didn't.
She told me that the doctors were going to come in and, when something about his vital signs changed, and they were going to. She said they were going to hook him up to more machines. And
she said no.
She said no.
I wish I had known then that it was that close. That I don't know what I would have been doing. I think I would have been afraid to go. But I've learned an awful lot since then. And I regret now not being there.
you know, the learning that you've done since then almost couldn't have happened before then. You know, part of it was that experience. I'm getting the sense now that, you know, after hearing you and Mom talk, that if I had known who these people were when I knew them, of course I had no idea who grandparents were, what their history was, what they were as people. But you can't have a life's worth of knowledge halfway through life.
That's true. You know, we went to Sydney's funeral a couple of weeks ago, and he too was an important part of my life that I kind of took for granted. And there, as you know, in my adult life, as I grew older, I had, I guess, some resentment to the Hurwitzes and their style. And I guess we do this. We just say that we don't like the way I don't like the way certain people behave, or not behave, and make judgments on people. And forget all the years before, when you didn't make judgments on them, and you love them, and you love the way they were. But suddenly you get smarter as you get older, and you don't like what they're doing. So you tend to, you know, either avoid them. I was always, you know, cordial to them, but I certainly wouldn't go out of my way to go visit them or anything like that. We did go visit Sidney in the hospital when he was sick, and that was a beautiful experience, because it put me back in touch with that kind of reality, to see the man and feel badly for him because he was not with it all the time. He'd talk about something and, you know, in mid-sentence forget what he was talking about. And you almost kind of sensed that he knew he forgot. It's not like, oh, I forgot what I was going to say before he even started, but he would be talking, telling you something, and then look at you. And you know, that's the way it is. Knowing that he forgot totally what it was, and you wonder what's going on in his head. That he suddenly has gone blank. And I only knew Uncle Sidney as Sidney and Sierra, as a kid growing up, as a wonderful place to visit. They were always so nice to me, so sweet to me. And Sidney used to own a grocery store, and when I would go there to stay over on a weekend or a week or something during a school vacation, we'd go help out in the grocery store, Bobby and I.
Where was Arthur?
Arthur was younger, so he didn't do that too often.
Arthur is younger than Bobby?
Oh yeah, Bob and I are 2 days apart. But Arthur is younger. Arthur is, I think, 3-4 years younger.
I see.
And so he would be in the grocery store too, as I recall, on occasion. But for the most part, you know, Sidney couldn't handle 3 kids, but he could take care of 2 in the store, you know. And we'd go with the big markers, and we would help out. And on a Saturday, and it was just so much fun to be in the grocery store. And if you wanted a piece of ham, you could slice a piece of ham and eat it, and bologna or salami, and it was all there, you know. And if you wanted to eat it. That's all. Make yourself a sandwich, and help wait on people, and cut cheese and cut meat. You know, the cold cuts. The other meat he would cut, Sidney would cut. And the good food that we'd get at home, and the fun times. I used to do some dating out in Worcester, and it was just a fun place to go. And as I said, there was a lot of loving going on out there, and I took it for granted and over the years grew apart from the Hurwitzes, uh, particularly because of style. Uh,
Just that they were so old world.
no, not them totally, but Bobby. Arthur was away, so I
Yeah.
always loved Arthur. He wasn't there. He just chose to separate himself from the family and live a different life. Whereas Bobby and his parents stayed very close to each other, and their values were different than ours, and attitudes were different than ours, and we just never clicked as adults as we did as we were growing up. That is Bobby and I.
Mm-hmm.
And Sarah and Sidney used to do things that were very kind and generous, but always let you know that they were kind and generous. But that was their style. That's the style that I kind of resented. I used to resent them coming to a function, whether it's a wedding or a bar mitzvah, and writing out the check at the table for the gift, like they were judging what this thing was worth, and then that would be the determination of how much they were going to give, and that was just so irritating. God. But that was their style that I didn't like. Things like that. And yet, when Mom and I were first married and Lee was born, Bobby Hurwitz lived with us. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, he was going to school here in Boston. I think he was going to BU. And he lived with us when we lived on Crossman Street. And his deal was so much money a month, and he would supply food. So it worked out well for a while, and then it began to get intrusive. It was just too much. So we wanted the privacy again. So, we were very close for a long time. And, his married life has now turned out well. He's divorced now. And his grandson is super. Bobby's son, rather, is just a super terrific guy, Mark. And he reminds me very much of you. Different, but real, open, loving kind of guy. Different than he has a big beard.
He must be younger than me.
I think so.
I had one of those ones too. I had two of those.
Yeah. But it was good to really reacquaint ourselves with Arthur, because we'd only seen him for short periods of time. Since he's been in Florida, never really spent a long period of time. So that day we spent at the funeral and at the house afterwards was a good visit. It was a good visit. He was a lovely person.
Mm. Yes.
Where are we?
Well, we were talking about just a sense of having knowledge of a life's worth of knowledge halfway through, and then you talked about Sydney and Sarah, how close you were many years ago, and drifted apart.
Yeah.
And thought about it again at Sydney's funeral.
Yeah.
Do you think it might prompt you to get any closer to Sarah in the future?
No, probably not. Although I recognize those feelings, I still have them, you see.
Yes.
So I just things could possibly change a little bit now. We know that she's no longer. Sydney is gone, and she may get closer with Bubby. I don't know. I guess right now a good part of my thoughts and concerns are with Bubby's welfare.
Mm-hmm.
And it may sound selfish or be selfish, but she has her family to take care of her and look after her, and I'm concerned for her welfare, but there's nothing that I can do to get involved in looking after her. And even this siege with Bubby has been very difficult for me. I guess Mom and I have different styles and different ways of doing things. And Mom is more aggressive about in her style than I am. I'm more passive, and I very often will take a wait and see attitude, a more patient attitude. This is one area again that is a sore spot between us. With the doctor and her feeling badly, and what do you do next, and so forth and so on. Phyllis is in Florida, so it's hard to get her too involved. Lou called me after I had taken her to the doctor and said, to please be in touch with him and get him involved. Let him know what's going on. And so the other day, after talking with Mom, I was going to be over there. I've lost track of time. I think it was Wednesday or Thursday to take her to the hairdresser. Wednesday, Tuesday. Anyway, I knew I was going to take her to the hairdresser one day this week. And I think it was determined for Wednesday, and as it happened, Sharon's uncle died, and so I went to the funeral and then came to get her. But I called Lou the night before, hoping that I could meet him over Bubby's house, and we both talked to her, and then make some decision between the three of us as to what would be best for her. I didn't want to be calling the shots. She was not able to call the shots. And so I called him, and it was 9:30, and he had just left the house with Lisa to go back to his office. They were having trouble with the computer. So I told Ethel that when he got home, he could give me a call. Well, he won't be home till after midnight. I said, okay, then you can reach me in the office in the morning. He didn't call. I called the office, and he was at a meeting. So I just left word that his brother called, and he hasn't called. And then he came over to visit Bubby that same night that we went to the hairdresser. He was going to have his hair cut that night, so we came over.
This is 2 days ago?
Yeah, I think it was Wednesday night.
3 days ago, whatever.
3 days ago, yeah. And that was it.
You didn't have a sit down with the three?
No, and I think it's important that we do. There were some questions that their attitude is, and correctly so, that she shouldn't be living alone anymore. Okay, what do we do about it? And well, maybe Esther will come and live with her permanently. Yeah, that's a possibility. I don't know if Bubby could tolerate that on a permanent basis. And Esther's no prize, but she was there when we needed her. She really was important. Just to have someone in the house. I mean, Bubby wasn't sick enough so that she couldn't care for herself. She was afraid to be alone. And I guess there's nothing worse than being sick and being all alone, just in case you need some help. Even though you're up and around and you can drag yourself to go to the bathroom or to get a drink or to even make something to eat, she was afraid she might fall. She probably told you all this. And if she fell, that would be the end of it, you know. So Esther filled the bill nicely, and I thought, well, maybe it might be a good idea to, you know, run an ad in the Jewish Advocate, a blind ad that we would take calls for and interview people if they're interested. But Mom made the point, you know, we shouldn't make decisions like this without Bubby being involved. And you see, in today's society, because of situations where people are old, elderly people that are mobile and active, but really don't want to live alone, there are places now where people like that can live, and they have their own apartment. They may have a community eating area so they can all go down and dine together, but they're constantly, there's always someone at hand. It's like living in a hotel. You know, you can pull a string and you're not going to get emergency help. Because it flicks a switch and there's a warning light goes on somewhere and zingo, you can get help. And there's all, you know, there are always people checking in on you, but a lot of people like Bubby consider that's, you know, it's like going to a nursing home, and it isn't. It's congregate living, it's communal type living, where you do have your own privacy though, but you're in with your peers that are all better or worse than you are, and physically, you know, and these places aren't easy to get into, so if you make a decision to do that, you've got to start getting on lists. And Bubby, up until this siege, has, you know, has been such an active person that psychologically it could be an awful blow to her to have to consider something like this. So to me, it seems a logical thing would be if she could maintain the apartment with somebody in there, more for company. The money doesn't make any difference. If, you know, she'd get a token payment for a room. Bubby would probably end up cooking for whoever was living with her, you know. But it's a question of finding the right person. Those are things that have to be discussed, and I'll have to take the initiative and get Lou on it. Now, I asked my mother today if she had heard from Lou yet. She said he said if the storm wasn't bad, he was going down the Cape Friday night to the place down there. He's been painting it. But Ethel made it very clear to Mom that they just didn't want the responsibility of taking care of Bubby. Well, you know, whether we want to or not, I mean, I'm not relishing the idea either. But she's my mother, and if she needs taken care of, she's going to be taken care of. And so we'll have to work on that once more. But we can be lulled into a sense of secure feelings when you watch someone like Bubby, you know, babysitting and running around and doing all these things, and then suddenly she gets hit with this, and I hope this is just, you know, one of those incidents that she'll recover well from.
Today is December 23rd, 1984, and Dad, tell me about your brother and your sister. One at a time.
Well, I'll start with my brother. I remember Lou, as I was growing up, as a very stubborn kid with an explosive temper. I don't recall any conflict with Lou as a kid. I was his older brother.
By how many years?
Lou is about 3 years younger than me, I think, 2.5, 3 years. I've forgotten. Every time I'm asked that, I have to stop and think, and I don't remember. I think it's about 2 years, and Phyllis is about 4 years. 4 years.
4 years after Lou, or 4 years younger than you?
4 years younger than me. It's about 2 years between me and Lou, and about 2 or 3 years between Lou and Phyllis. I'm trying to think now. That's awful.
Isn't Phyllis much younger than that?
Maybe Phyllis is 6 years younger than me and Lou is 4 years younger than me. I think that might. I think Lou is 4 years younger than me and Phyllis is 6 years younger than me.
Okay, what's your earliest memory of Lou?
As a little kid, I don't recall him as real, as a baby. I don't remember him as a baby. I remember him probably as around 3, 4 years old. About as young as I can remember him. He was always a wiry kid, a very fast kid. And I was heavy and slow moving. I couldn't get around, move around as quickly as he did. I don't recall much of my early life with Lou at all. I remember as we got older, helping him find jobs that he could do, taking him with me on some selling papers. And we were both quite young when we did that. I was selling papers up near Franklin Park on the streetcars, and he helped me do that. And I guess I must have been 11 or 12, and he was 7 or 8, something like that. And he was quite thrilled to do that. Never worked on the beach when we were there. He was too young for that. It's interesting that I don't remember much about Lou as a child, other than his stubbornness, his avid interest in baseball.
Oh, since he was a kid?
Oh, yeah. When he was old enough to know what baseball was, he became interested in it and wanted to, spend his life playing baseball and talking about baseball. That was it for him.
Why didn't he become a baseball player?
I guess he was never quite good enough. He never had any real kind of training. He was, played on the street, put together games, put together teams, but I guess he really never had the qualities necessary to be a good ball player.
And
the desire was there, the skill wasn't.
And Phyllis?
Phyllis, I remember as a baby because I remember learning how to diaper her. I remember washing her diapers. We used to wash diapers by hand then.
Lucky you.
Yeah. And I'd, sometimes spend a Sunday afternoon or an hour on a Sunday or however long it took to wash diapers in the kitchen sink on a scrub board.
Oh.
And I remember her growing up. She was a fat, chunky little kid. I used to wheel her around the carriage, play with her. I don't remember her school years. Not interesting.
Well, let's then skip to them as, teenagers, and you're teenagers, and you're a teenager. What was it like with them? Or was there much relationship between you?
No, there wasn't hardly any relationship because I was the older brother and I was out doing my thing between going to high school and working and dating. They were, if I was 16, then Lou was 12 and Phyllis was 10, something like that. And so they were much younger than me, and we didn't have much real contact. I really don't recall my childhood with my brother and sister. I never thought about it much, to tell you the truth, but you've asked me the question, and I can't remember. I don't remember. Not interesting.
Well, it could be the age difference, was enough to put them in such a different circle,
Yeah.
As you all grew into adulthood, what happened with your relationship?
Well, I was married at 20. Lou was then going to high school. Then starting to date, then going into service, and so I again, the contact between Lou and me was not close. I really didn't know much about what he was doing. We didn't communicate that much. And with Phyllis, hardly at all. They used to come to visit, particularly after Lee was born. I remember, the excitement of them being an aunt and an uncle, and coming to visit. And, very poor recollection of my brother and sister in my lifetime. In that age span, until later on when they became adults and were married and so forth.
And
then I think we were in more contact with each other. We had more things in common, mainly with families, children. We could relate to each other on an entirely different level. The age gap disappeared. The interest level focused in better. And then as time went on, we drifted apart again. Because the interest level.
You also moved to Stoneham, or did this even?
Well, yeah, it's true. When we lived in Mattapan, neither one of them were married yet.
Oh, I see. So this was even after then.
Yeah.
To move.
So once we moved to Stoneham, I think at that time Lou might have been married or about getting married. I don't even remember Lou and Ethel's wedding. Or Phyllis and Paul's wedding, for that matter.
I remember Phyllis. I was there. It was my first wedding.
I really don't remember. Pull a total blank on it. On both their weddings.
Oh boy. And how's your relationship with him now?
Well, I would say we have a caring relationship, but not one that's close. I mean, I care that they're well and comfortable. And if they needed my help anyway, I'd be there to help them. I feel they feel the same way about me.
Mm-hmm.
But socially we have really nothing in common.
Mm-hmm.
And so we don't get together socially. And I think that if Mom and I didn't make the effort, we wouldn't get together hardly at all. If it was left up to them. I know that for a fact.
How does it make you feel?
I'm disappointed that we have to initiate this all the time. I would like it to work both ways, or three ways, when Phyllis and Paul were still here. Of course, with Phyllis and Paul, there was a problem with the smoking and not going over there because of that, and they got very offended by that and so forth. But other than that, they were very hospitable with the pool and wanting us to come out when that was there. And we did. I take it back on, Phyllis and Paul were quite hospitable with the pool, and at least every 4th of July, for Bobby and Gramps' anniversary, we'd go there because it was the logical place to be.
Mm-hmm.
Having a place to swim if it was hot. And so they extended their hospitality in that way. There were a couple times we went to Lou and Ethel in the earlier years too, in Randolph. I remember going there for a cookout or a picnic in the backyard.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
But probably within the last 10 years, and maybe even a little bit longer, probably ever since we lived in Concord, it has only been through our initiative that we've gotten together. And now with Phyllis and Paul in Florida, that's totally out of the question. And Lou and Ethel give me the impression really of not wanting to drag out here for anything. I mean, to come out to Concord is much longer than from Concord to Randolph, or Concord to Sharon.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always easier for us to make the trip than for them.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we've ever refused when we were invited. Never turned them down. Well, because I feel that, if they invite us, they want us, and we don't see each other that often, and why turn it down? And I guess they don't have the same feeling. Because we just invited Lou and Ethel for Thanksgiving, and their kids.
And they didn't come. Oh my.
And Mr. King, if they wanted, I mean, we just did it.
Did Bobby come here for Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Really?
Bobby and Lee and Sharon and the kids. But they chose not to. I think they went down the Cape. I don't know.
But they just said it was too far a drive?
No, they just, didn't want to come. They decided that, I think they wanted to make Thanksgiving for their family, but didn't extend the invitation in return, you see.
I see.
And that's hard. It's hard for me to understand, and I'm disappointed in it. I'm disappointed in it. I somehow, I intellectually I know that the way our family is reacting is perfectly understandable and normal. Emotionally, I would like the family to be closer. That is, closer. I should be close to my brother and my sister.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of, when I see families that, once a month they're over here, once a month they're over there, and they take turns in getting together. But the families are always together, and the kids are always together, and the cousins are growing up, and then you have your aunts and your uncles, and it's. And we did that when the kids were young.
Mm-hmm. I remember the trips.
Yeah. And they used to come out to our house. We used to go to their house. But I think for the most part we went. Or we met them in Nantasket or whatever, But we used to go to
Mm-hmm.
Randolph on occasion, and we used to go to Stoughton when Phyllis and Paul lived there, and then to Sharon. And that was great. But I guess as we all got older, both Lou, Phyllis, and I, and the kids got older, the need wasn't there, or the desire wasn't there, from them. And because we all had different social lives, that didn't mingle well. But I guess the straw that broke the camel's back was the Seder and the no smoking at the Seder.
That was with Phyllis and Paul.
Yeah, with Phyllis and
Did it
Paul.
affect anything with Lou and Ethel?
No. And this year, Lou and Ethel, I think they came to the Seder without the kids. And isn't that they left the kids home, Lisa's in school and Gary was out doing his thing, so
Mm-hmm.
they were invited. And I don't know whether they came or not for Passover. No, they didn't come for Passover this year, as I recall. I don't think so. You weren't here for Passover.
Sure. Oh, right. I was not here this time. Let me switch gears completely.
Yeah.
And can you tell me how Melvin Keimach met Phyllis Magazine?
Well, I understand that I had met her prior to a party, but I don't remember meeting her. Okay. But I'm told that I did. But I met her at a party that my cousin Jeannie had,
Uh-huh.
and she invited me to the party, and Phyllis was her best friend, so she was there, and so we met. I don't remember. I believe we started dating after that, and dated for about 9 months, I think.
What was the date like?
What was a date like? I'd walk from my house to her house and pick her up, and then we'd go by public transportation into Boston, maybe to the theater or to a movie, and maybe to have something to eat afterwards, and then come back. In that time period, Well, I used to, on occasion I would use her father. Her father would let me borrow the car.
Mm-hmm.
Although I think that was after we got going steadily. We broke up after a while. We went together and then we broke up.
How come?
I guess I got angry at, disappointed. I want you. Phyllis got sick with the chicken pox. And
Which Phyllis? Which Phyllis?
Phyllis magazine
Okay. Yeah.
got sick with the chicken pox. And she couldn't go to the prom with me, her prom.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that her mother was quite concerned with her welfare and didn't want her to go out when she was recovering, and she thought she could, and I thought she could, and that, she couldn't. And
Mm-hmm.
I guess I got kind of impatient with that. And maybe we were at a point where we're just, tired of each other, I don't know. But we stopped seeing each other. And I don't know how long that was, but it was for a fairly long time that I was dating other people. And
How serious were you about Mom?
oh, we were just friends, dates.
Uh-huh. Did you kiss?
Oh yeah.
Anything else?
No, not then.
You sure?
Yeah,
I can check it now.
yeah, it's on the other tape. Not the first time around, no. Kissing in hallways, that was crazy, because that was the date. You come home at night and stand and smooch a mug in the hallways, as we call it, mugging. Mugging has a different term today.
Yeah, I know.
There was a funny song about that. You had to be careful not to lean on the doorbells of the other apartments. But
So a long time passed and you got back together with her? How?
It's a funny thing. My dating style was one of going with one girl for a long period of time, and then stop going with her, then start with another girl for a long period of time. I didn't date a lot of people simultaneously. So the girls that I dated were for long periods of time, and it could have been 6 months to a year.
So was Mom just one in that line
Yeah,
of people?
yeah. But I think we had something special going, and we met, I think it was at a Hillel party at BU, if I'm not mistaken. And I went there with the guys, my friends, and lo and behold, there was Phyllis.
Did you know she was going to be there?
Nope. And I guess when I saw her, the bells rang. And we started talking and dating and going out together. Got engaged and married and the whole bit. But then, by then, I think, that's when her father used to let us use the car, which was very helpful. And for a while, I also had I had a car for a while I was dating her the first time around. But a lot of the time, we went by streetcar. And it was not uncommon for us, and for me to, even when I brought her home, I had to bring her home and leave the car, and then walk home across Roxbury.
Oh. Did you ever go parking?
Oh yes.
Where?
Where? Franklin Park.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Was that a kind of a lover's lane? I mean, there are a lot of cars parked there and people carrying on.
Yeah. In fact, I think once we got a police car pulled up and shined a light in the car, and Mom was in the back seat and I was in the front seat at that time.
Now, how did that happen?
Well, we were just joking around. She got in the back seat, and at that point,
Oh, I see.
a cop came up and shined the light in, and we got out of there shortly thereafter. But at one point when I gave, well, before, the process was in those days that if you were serious about a young woman, you would give her a friendship ring. This was before engagement, you see.
Oh, before an engagement?
Before engagement, we gave her a friendship ring.
Mm-hmm.
Which I did, which meant that you were at some point going to become officially engaged. And I don't know how long it was thereafter that I gave her an engagement ring. And then wedding plans started getting made. That was mind-boggling, because when I gave her an engagement ring, her mother and father started making wedding plans. And I really, as I look back on it now, didn't have much to say about it. It just kind of happened. I mean, I knew it was a natural course of events.
You started an avalanche.
But it just, that's it. You're engaged. You got to get married now, and away we go.
Did you get to decide the date?
We were involved somewhat, but it had to do with the availability of caterers and halls and that whole thing. And so we were informed of what was happening, and I think we had some choices in it, but not too much, because at that time of year, according to the Jewish calendar, there are just very few times that you can get married, because you're approaching the high holy days in September, and there are some minor Jewish holidays you can't get married in the summertime, so so the date was defined by the availability of the dates that were available, and the hall, and the caterer, and all that kind of stuff. So we were married on August 22nd, 1948. And went to New York City for our honeymoon, which was probably the hottest week ever.
You mean temperature-wise?
Temperature-wise. Temperature-wise, yeah.
When you came back from the honeymoon, did you have your own home? Did you move into?
No, we moved in with Phyllis's folks because the apartment we were supposed to get wasn't available yet. The apartment we were supposed to get was on Crossman Street in Mattapan, which was a house owned by my Uncle Joe and his wife Lally. And we were promised the apartment there, but the people hadn't moved out. And so there was a point that we had to live.
I see.
Boy, I'm wondering, did we really do that? Yeah, I think what it was is that it was in a short period of time, as I recall, her mother was in, Bubby was up in Saratoga or something at that point. So we had the house to use till the apartment was ready, and the apartment was going to be ready like September 1st, so it was for a short period of time. That we there. I don't recall living there with her folks. I don't think that took place. It was just that we used the house.
Yeah.
The apartment was available. That's a vague recollection too, but shortly thereafter we moved into Crossman Street, into really an empty apartment. We didn't have anything. We had a card table and 4 chairs, which we used for a kitchen table, kitchen set. Mom's folks said that they were going to buy us a kitchen set, so we had ordered that, or a bedroom set. My folks were buy one of the sets, and either the kitchen or the bedroom, I forget which. And so that was on order, and furniture took a long time to come. So we moved in with a box spring and mattress into a 5-room apartment. We had a box spring and mattress in one room, and a card table and 4 chairs in the kitchen. And that was it. And closets. And slowly began to develop, setting up housekeeping through that.
How was life in Crossman Street, or what was it like?
It was fun. It was fun. We were newlywed. We made new friends, great neighbors. All pretty much in the same boat financially. Somewhat of the better off, but young people, either with young kids or
Newlyweds.
Not newlywed, yeah. Young people with young kids. I guess I think we probably were probably the youngest in the group. Mom didn't work very long because her mother got sick again, and so she stopped working to take care of her. And the whole financial burden became mine in terms of maintaining the income.
Where did you work?
At that time, I was working at when we first married, I was working at FAO Schwarz.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. For a short period of time. I worked there actually through before I graduated high school, and then after I graduated high school. And that was an exciting time, working for FAO Schwarz. You didn't know about that?
No.
Let me tell you about that. I went to work there as a stock boy. And this was during the war, 44 probably, maybe even 43, part-time because I was in high school. And all the toys used to be wooden toys. And there was an awful lot of breakage in shipping. The glued parts would come apart, and some things would split and things like that. And so I used to fix them. I'd sit there, and when I wasn't busy doing stock work, and re-glue the toys and sell them, they'd sell them for brand new again.
Oh my.
And during one Christmas season, it turned into be such a tremendous project that they rented a place across the street, like a loft, and set up a shop. And I used to fix stuff. I even had someone else there working, show them how to fix things, and we used to fix toys as well as be stock boy.
He's a fixer.
And then, because of my aptitude in fixing things, this was now shortly after the war, they said, do you think you could set up an electric train layout in the store?
Oh.
And I had never had an electric train in my life, never seen one really. And I said, sure, I'll just read the instructions and I can do it. And they said, well, we think you might have the aptitude to do it, and we'd like to have you come to New York and see the train layout that's there in the store on Fifth Avenue. And let me tell you, that was exciting.
You went to New York?
I went to New York.
On business?
On business for one day.
At the age of 19 or 18?
Yeah. And had to go into their store and spent the day looking at their train layout. And at that time, I was involved in already doing some sales work. I was up on the floor at that point already, selling trains.
Can you imagine an 18-year-old selling trains?
And yeah, so I was doing sales work, and anyway, it evolved so that they sent me to New York, and I came back, and they gave me this humongous table and all the equipment that I needed, and what equipment I didn't have I was allowed to go out and buy. And because it was shortly after the war, there wasn't too much equipment really coming through, so some of it I had to buy secondhand and use, but I needed it to build the train layout. And I did all the wiring and built the layout. Then I heard of a man who did landscaping work on the train layouts. And he came down and he landscaped it, built a mountain and roads, but all the track layout and electrical work I had pre-done.
Mm-hmm.
And it was quite a layout, I gotta tell you. I'm just sorry I never had a picture of it.
Mm.
And used to sell trains, and eventually developed a whole hobby department for the store. And people would come in, of course, what FAO was, their clientele was primarily very wealthy people. And they liked the train layout. Gee, who can we get to do something like that at our house? I said, I can do it. And I used to go out to people's homes, and for $2 an hour or $2.50 an hour, I'd install a train layout. And I never used to rush. And it was very time-consuming work. It was work that had to be done after work.
Yes.
But they had to arrange to pick me up and bring me home.
This is now after you're married.
Yep. And it would always be, busy during Christmas time. And so I did that for quite a number of years. And this was done actually before we were married and after we were married, doing the train work. Mom didn't like my working nights and days. But it sure helped the income a lot.
Like $2 an hour in 1948, 49.
Yeah,
That was a lot of money.
Yep. Yeah, particularly when a layout could run $200-300 to build a layout. And by that time I learned how to do the landscaping myself, so I would do it all. And it was fun. It was very creative work, and I liked it. Because I'd have to build the mountains and paint them and put trees in and the streets and little people and all the lights, and then watch the people that I did this for thoroughly enjoy it. It was just terrific, and the kids were all excited, and it was just great. And met some interesting people doing it. One of the people I met was the owner of Acme Printing.
Oh my goodness.
I don't quite remember how I met him, but my name was given to him. Well, I left FAO Schwartz to go to work for Banley's. Banley's was a store that sold electrical appliances and juvenile furniture.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked with another man in the juvenile furniture department. And I worked there for a year. And FAO Schwartz had my name, so whenever people were interested in the train layout, they would have them contact me, and I would get in touch with them. I left them on good terms. It's just that this was a chance for me to make more money. And when I worked in Banley's for 1 year, and on Christmas Eve, they gave him my check and a necktie and said, "We're letting you go. Merry Christmas." Not in those words, but they gave me the check and a tie, and we're sorry we have to let you go. Our business isn't as good as we thought it was going to be. We can't maintain 2 people here, and so forth and so on. Well, at that point, I was Lee had already been born. I was doing this train work for the man who owned Acme Printing, Chick Canzano. And he used to come down and shoot the breeze with me while I was working on a train layout. And I told him that I was out of a job and I was really worried about it and didn't know what I was going to do. And he said, maybe we can use you in our plant. A person like you that's good mechanically might be an asset to us. We have a lot of machinery and to help do some of the maintenance on machinery. Come in and see me. So I went and saw him, and he hired me. And I was hired as a stockman there. And I initiated a whole inventory control system and inventory system for them. And made sure that when the jobs were ready, that the paper was there for the job. Because each job required a different kind of paper, different kind of stock. And they had big presses. And so when a job was sold, they would order the material. And the material might come in a week or two before the job was ready to be printed. And so it got put away in a stock room. And the system was that when the job was ready to print, someone would say, did that stock come in? I don't know, I think it did. Where is it? Well, I think we left it up on the second floor, that kind of thing. They had to go hunt for it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I set up a system where special order stock was kept in one place, and it was marked that it was in when it came in on a card and where it was and so forth. And that worked out very well. And eventually I worked myself into being and then I used to come in on Saturdays overtime to do maintenance on the equipment.
That's what you did.
Yeah.
Those are days that I went in with you?
No. When you went in with me, I was a foreman already.
Oh, I see.
But this is when I was first hustling around trying to earn whatever extra money I could. And then I got up from stock work into the bindery department, which is the finishing process. After a sheet is printed, whether it turns into a pamphlet or it's a flat sheet or a booklet is made out of it or it's part of a book, the whole process of what happens to that sheet of paper after it's printed. And there's a lot that takes place that most people aren't aware of when they pick up a pamphlet or a book or a sheet of paper.
Mm-hmm.
So I was involved with making sure that the paper got to the presses, then making sure that it got from the press to wherever the next process was, which might have been cutting it, preparing it to be folded, preparing it to be punched, preparing it to be collated. And I never learned how to operate the machines that did this. Most of the machines, like the folding machine, I knew theoretically how to do it, and I could set up some simple jobs on a folding machine. But a folding machine is a very interesting machine. You put in a sheet of paper and it rides down a conveyor belt and goes bing, 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 and comes out all folded like an accordion fold. And then it takes a right angle and it's folded in half. And they're very intricate machines. And we used to have operators for the machines, and that's all they would do was run their machine.
Mm-hmm.
So we always had an operator. And I became foreman of the department and used to help hire people and fire people when necessary, and make sure production was maintained and the jobs went out on time, and maintain the delivery schedule and supervise the shipping totally. So from the time that printed page was done off the press, I handled it. And it was quite a challenge and interesting, and I really enjoyed it. And it was a job where I was paid well. It was a job where I think I had security and could have stayed. But we had moved to Stoneham, made a whole new group of friends, and
What prompted you move to Stoneham, if I can just...
well, Bubby was sick, and it was decided that the only way that Mom could take care of her was for us to buy a house, a two-family house, where Bubby and Gramps could have their own apartment, and we could have our own apartment. We didn't want her living with us. We went through that for a short period of time, and we just didn't want her living with us. And so that was the compromise we made. Now, we didn't have enough money for a down payment on a house, but Grandpa said he would take care of that.
Which Grandpa?
Magazine.
Uh-huh.
And so we went looking for a house, and we knew the Gelfans out in Stoneham. And so we looked out there because it was not too far from Everett, where Acme Printing was. And so that was a convenient place to look. We figured we didn't want to stay south of Boston because commuting was very difficult. Across town to Everett every day. So if we went north of Boston, it would be a lot easier.
Let me switch the tape, hold on.
Go ahead. So it was a two-family house that we found. The Grandpa magazine made the down payment on. And the agreement was that we would split the rent. He would pay half, and we would pay half, which we did. And that made it possible for us to buy our first home, and at the same time have Bubby cared for next door, and the whole burden fell to Mom, and it was a burden. The years on Crossman Street were wonderful years. It was just a joy with the people that we met there and got to know there. The Goldsteins next door, Charlotte and Arthur Goldstein, and there were some other people that moved in and out, but we were very close with the Goldsteins next door. And the Tanzers were around the corner on West Eldon Street. And didn't have too much to do with my aunt and uncle upstairs. They sold the house after a while to the Munsons. And
What number Crossman Street?
16. Not to the Munsons, to the Munsons lived on the first house. They sold the house to Eleanor. Oh my, I've forgotten their name. Isn't that awful? He just died too. Eleanor and Henry. Eleanor and Henry. Oh, I remember their first names, Brad. That's good. Yeah, the Munsons lived in the first house, and remember when Mrs. Munson died. And then the Sterrins that lived on West Eldon Street, Myra and Ben Sterrin, and their kids Chucky and Robin. I don't know if you remember them. You were too young. We left. You were young when we moved to Stoneham.
About a year and a half, too.
Yeah, about 2 years old. It was just go shit your pants and fertilize the yard. And the years on 16 Crossman Street were, I look back on them as beautiful years, with all the hardship that we had with Bubby next door included. I mean, that was just a tough part of it.
And 16 Crossman or 450 William?
450 William Street, I'm sorry. 16 Crossman Street was terrific, and 450 William Street was terrific, and the only tough thing out there was Bubby and that relationship. And she and I always get along well, and Grandpa and I always get along well, always. But she was a sick woman, and so was in and out of mental hospitals and going to visit, and I guess the toughest times were when she was going downhill mentally, and not moving fast enough to get her into a hospital, because it was always a terrible thing to do, to put her away in a hospital, a mental hospital. Just had some sort of a stigma to it.
Mm-hmm.
And all this shit fell to Mom, and created an awful pressure on her, awful pressure on her. But again, we're lucky to have lovely neighbors next door, the Harveys,
Mm-hmm.
and had good friends within the Jewish community, became very active in that. You know, met the Levines and the Cates, and later on the Bravermans, and of course the Gelfans, and it was just a very closely knit, loving community, and we thrived there. We really thrived there. It was a great growing experience for us. Different because we went from city living to suburban living.
All right.
And different because, you know, in the city we get together and sit on the steps outside at night in the summertime and talk and have fun and joke and laugh and just have a wonderful time on the front steps of the house, you know. Because there were 3 two-family houses side by side. That means there were 6 couples. And so if 3 or 4 couples got together, we just have a ball. Look forward to that. Was where we'd spend our evening.
Mm-hmm.
And in the country, you don't do that. And Stoneham already was the country, so there was another part of the growth cycle. Moving out to Stoneham and meeting a whole new group of people and getting involved with them, and getting involved with the temple, which we never had done before, because although I had joined the temple in Mattapan, I never was active in it. I joined it because I felt that I should support the temple, we should support the temple. And so went to a couple of breakfasts that they had on occasion, you know, but never really became active in it. But Stoneham was a different story. And so with the great people and the common cause that we had, there was a real close bond between everybody. Very unique type of time for us, with Joe Zaitchik and the Kleiners and Stalls, a lot of great people. And then, you know, having our own home and having a yard and being able to fool around out in the summertime with a pool and the hoses and having you know, Phyllis's mom's brother Sam come to visit us, and of course, just going back a little bit, the most terrible thing that happened to us over on Crossman Street was when Mom's brother Ben died, and that was on Crossman Street. That was before you were born, since you're named after him.
Mm-hmm.
That was a traumatic time, more so for Mom than me, but for me as well. And a horrible time, horrible.
Did you know him well?
No. I knew him. We got along well, but I really never had a chance to know him well, because he was married with 2 children. He was always very nice to us, kind to us, generous to us. And he was a great guy. Nice, you know, man. And but I never really got to know him real well. We never got to know him well as an adult. You know, Mom remembers him more as big brother, her big brother, her oldest brother. And so never got to know him like I got to know Sam over the years, because then we were exposed to each other, even though he was older than Mom and I. We were still adults at that point, but not, you know, and we were getting more adult as we got older. So the relationship became closer. And so when we moved to Stoneham and got involved, we were busy and excited and working toward a common goal with a lot of great people, and it was a wonderful time in our lives. Wonderful time in our lives. In my life. And then I got involved with the school system in town, politically, and a lot of people knew me, other than the people in the temple. And I felt very secure there. And I think I enjoyed that. I know I enjoyed that time of my life very much. Up until we ran into the conflict in the schools. And with your graduation from high school and the determination that we could no longer buck the system or change the system, we made a decision to move. And
But before that, there was a change from 450 William Street to 7 Arnold Road.
oh yeah, that was simply a change of houses, which was another exciting thing that took place.
You'd gotten a promotion.
Well, I had started to work, what I left out was that I went to work for, I left Acme Printing. I just mentioned that before.
Right.
And went to work for American Aluminum. No, went to work for, went to work for American Aluminum.
Who enticed you?
Shirley Levine said, you know, with your personality, you should be a salesman. And she said this on more than one occasion, because I was, I guess I personified in some respects what people envisioned a salesman to be. Very personable, full of jokes, you know, not bashful. And I guess I was all that. And so at some point it became serious, and I guess Sid spoke to me and said, you know, if you're interested, why don't you come down and talk to my brother-in-law? I said, well, why not? At Acme Printing, I had asked them on a couple of occasions that I wanted to move on from being a bindery foreman, and I was interested in perhaps selling. When, you know, based on what she told me that I was,
Yeah.
you know, I'd probably make a good salesman, that began to trigger things in my mind. Well, if I'm going to be a good salesman, the one thing I know now is about printing.
Yeah.
So that would be a logical thing to go out and sell. You know, I never connected ever going to work for a woman window company when she told me that. And they said, no, you're too valuable in the plant, we just can't spare you out as a salesman. And that was their big mistake. And I left on very good terms with them. And went, you know, in the process went to see Phil Goodman and George Goodman. I knew George Goodman, didn't know Phil Goodman. But I had met and been with George and Etta Goodman socially through Sid and Shirley.
I see.
And so went and met with George and spoke with him, and then finally met with Phil. And Phil was in charge of sales at that point. And George ran the business end of it, the factory and that. And we met and worked out a deal, and I left Acme Printing after 9.5 years.
Wow, I didn't know you were there that
Yeah,
long.
9.5 years, just short of 10 years.
And when you left, was it, did you get a raise from leaving? I mean, did you earn more money in American starting than you did in
No, it was a lateral move.
I see.
What I did get was a car, so that was kind of a plus. But pay-wise, I was making basically the same I was earning at Acme Printing,
Mm-hmm.
with the promise of more as I develop myself in the job. And so over a period of time I did develop myself in the job, and I did very well, and became sales manager. It sounds easy, but it was a lot of hard work. A lot of things had to fall into place for that to happen. When I came there originally, they had just lost their sales manager. He had quit and gone into business for himself.
Someone that you know?
Yeah. Henry Salamoff. Remember Bob Salamoff?
Yeah.
Well, his brother Henry used to work for American Aluminum. He was sales manager. And they were very hurt at that move because he was a man that they had trained and who created that position for himself as sales manager. And he was apparently very good at it. And so when he left, Phil Goodman took over sales, and I was hired.
I see.
And so I never worked for Henry Salamoff. He was gone when I came. But they were smarting from that move that Henry made. They really were hurt by it. It was like a personal blow to them. And they really had no one else that they wanted to entrust with that position. The man who taught me, Skip Chernak, was a nice guy and a good salesman, and I think he was plugging for the job. He never made it. He trained me and I jumped him.
How do you mean?
Well, he trained me and ultimately I became his boss.
Did you sell more than he did?
Yeah. Yeah. But he taught me the aluminum window business. And that was a tough time for him and a tough time for me.
Did he resent you?
I think he did. I think he did.
Did he stay in the company?
Not too much longer after that. He stayed, maybe another year or two and then left. So he was really the only one that felt, I think, well, there was another fellow there, a fellow by the name of Harold Sonnenschein.
Oh, yeah.
Who was also there longer than I was. But he couldn't have cared less, really. I don't think he wanted the job. But I think Skip felt very hurt that he didn't get the job. And it was one of those things that we didn't know that was ever going to change, that there would be an opening like that, because, one of the owners was running the sales department. So, but ultimately it did. And I did well. This all happened probably in 3 or 4 years after I was there. I became sales manager. 5 years maybe at the most. And I developed the sales force and hired more people and got involved in running sales meetings, and it was an exciting time. It was a learning time. And I did very well. Because all the time I was sales manager, I always held on to several of the key accounts that I called on myself and made trips out of state to other customers and traveled with the other salesmen. And I'm trying to think back now how long it was that I was there as salesman before I became sales manager. I stayed there.
It was more than 5 years.
I think so. I think it was probably around 9 or 10. Yeah.
Because you put in a lot of time. Your area was Rhode Island and Cape Cod.
Yeah, I spent a long time.
100 miles to and from. Every day.
Yeah, I used to drive 1,000 miles a week. Average 1,000 miles a week. Covering southeastern Mass, Rhode Island, and the Cape. It's a fickle thing of fate. Is interesting because when I started, my territory was going to be Western Massachusetts and Vermont.
Huh.
And I made one trip up through Western Mass and Vermont on my own. finally, when I was turned loose. And I was in Vermont overnight, and the second night when I called home, Mom said that Phil Goodman called and he wanted me to call him. It was very important. And I called him, he said, get in your car and come back to the office. And I did, and came in the next morning, and he told me that one of the other salesmen had given his notice and was leaving, which was Max Geller, who covered southeastern Massachusetts, the Cape, and Rhode Island. And it was a valuable piece of property, valuable piece of territory, and they wanted me to cover it because the other part was, the area that they were giving me was more or less virgin territory, and they wanted to hold on to what they had. This was a very lucrative territory. And so they gave me the territory. And so, you know, that was like the fickle finger of fate. Now I had to go in and maintain that business and develop new business, which I did successfully. Got a lot of new accounts. And I remember, you know, they used to tell me about being able to sell one customer 100 combination storm doors, and after a while I said, it's not possible. Nobody is going to buy 100 storm doors. But wow, the first time I did that, sold somebody 100 storm doors. Whew! Was that ever exciting? And I could never really, you know, we had contests every year.
Yes.
And I really couldn't win their contests. For some reason, I never sold enough to win the contest. And one year, they had a contest that they worked out with premiums from Leechmere sales. You had a catalog, and you got points for everything that was sold in your territory. And they were worth premiums. Well, let me tell you, I got 2 air conditioners and a refrigerator. I led the pack. And won handsomely.
Oh,
and
my.
that's when I was promoted to sales manager after winning the contest like that.
God.
That was glorious, I got to tell you. Because we moved it. That's when we moved from 450 Williams to Arnold Road, and we had the window air conditioners and
The refrigerator.
the refrigerator, which is this refrigerator,
Oh, right.
which is this refrigerator. And that was exciting. That was exciting. It was quite an accomplishment.
Gee whiz.
So I did well with Acme Printing. In retrospect, I stayed too long.
You mean American?
I'm sorry, American Aluminum, yeah. In retrospect, I stayed too long. I should have left 4 or 5 years earlier than I did, I think.
What prevented you? What kept you from leaving?
No guts. Didn't have the guts to make a move. There was a feeling of faithfulness, a feeling of security, feeling that I was doing pretty well financially.
Earning.
No one was riding my tail. I had it pretty easy, as a matter of fact. And I think what was bothering me is that I didn't want to go out and have to prove myself all over again. I kind of fell into a rut where whatever I did was okay, wherever I went was okay, and I really wasn't too accountable to anybody. And so I had a lot of time without a lot of pressure to do what I wanted to do. And I was afraid in going to another company I'd have to start at the bottom all over again and prove myself. I just didn't want to go through. I was afraid to go through that. And maybe I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to do it also. And so I hung in there. And
Had you turned down offers? from
no,
those?
it's interesting. I never got an offer from any place while I worked for American Aluminum. Never. No one ever said, I want to talk to you. Never.
Right.
which amazed me because I've heard of people, that's the way they make moves. Someone knows of them and makes contact with them, and never got an offer. And
Do you know why that was? I mean, looking back at it now, any idea?
probably because I was somehow so loyal to the company that must have come through.
I see.
Whenever I spoke to people and they talked to me about the company, and there was never any expression of dissatisfaction on my part. And the company was terrific, and the people were great, and I just loved working there, and I think that just came through. And hey, what are we going to do? This guy is really gung ho for his company. I think that was the reason. And but when I decided to make the move, I think Joe Goff helped me. He knew of North American, and he said, "I know Carl Cunningham. Would you like me to give him a call?" I told Joe I was planning to make a move, and so he called Carl, and Carl said, "Sure, have him come down and see me." And I did, and I went down, and we met, had a couple of meetings, I guess, and made a decision that I was going to leave American Aluminum. And worked out, I thought, a fairly good deal with Carl. It was an increase in salary and commission set up, which I wasn't getting at American Aluminum. And came back and told Phil Goodman, and I told him it's an irreversible decision that I've made, right up front. I said, I'm leaving, and that's irreversible.
Oof.
He said, what can I say? If you're telling me it's irreversible, I said, there isn't much you can say. And he said, well, he said, I suppose you know the kind of man you're going to work for. I said, from all I know of him, he seems to be okay. He said, okay. And I left. We left, good terms, good friends. I gave him notice. I worked my 2 or 3 weeks, whatever it was, to make sure all loose ends were cleaned up, and left on good terms. During that time period, though, from the time George Goodman died, things began to change at American Aluminum, and it was a roller coaster type of experience with changes of management and different philosophies, and it was becoming a very difficult place to work for me. I didn't know whether they'd get a new general manager in and he would fire me. And in fact, on one occasion, Phil told me after one general manager left, he didn't like you. He wanted to get rid of you, but I interceded. I would not hear that at all. You were my key man, and you're going to stay. Well, that was then, but who knows what could happen down the road.
Right.
And 2 years to the month after I left, they went out of business. So I left from a position of strength,
Oh my.
and
2 years to the month. That's not
Yeah.
long. That's not
no,
long.
not long at all.
Did it bankrupt the Goodmans?
Yeah. Well, the company went bankrupt.
Yeah, I know, but them.
Sid Levine had taken Sid Levine and Anna Goodman, George Goodman's widow, had taken the company to court to get their share, and they did get their share. And eventually there was a cash settlement to Sid Levine, Sid and Shirley, and Etta Goodman. So they came out clean. The company went into bankruptcy, but I think Phil Goodman and Pop Goodman ended up okay financially.
So who took it in the chin then?
The creditors.
Oh really?
Oh, sure.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, Phil would have to leave town fast, wouldn't he?
No, he hung around a long time. Now he's down in Florida, I guess. And I think he still maintains his apartment up here, but he married Nessie Robner in that time period. And, his wife died. He had a tough time. Tough time. His wife died. In fact, all that's happened to him in the last 10 years has been pretty mind-blowing. His wife died. His business went bankrupt. His daughter got divorced. His son got divorced.
Which son?
Jeffrey. You weren't aware of it, but in the place where you were married, in that building,
Yes.
downstairs,
Yes.
it said, big sign, Jeffrey Goodman Antiques.
Couldn't be.
Well, I didn't see it till we left, and I couldn't believe it. I said, boy, oh boy, I wonder if that's the same Jeffrey Goodman.
Is it?
I don't know. I know he went into the antique business,
Well, you do.
and he went out in New Mexico, and then I understand he's back in this area. Now, whether he's in New York and that's his business, I don't know.
That's a wholesale
Yeah.
area. I should
Yeah.
give him a call.
Huh?
Miss Jeffrey.
Miss Jeffrey.
Yes.
So, and then working for North American Aluminum was a good experience in the beginning. I learned a lot. It was a whole different type of selling that I'd ever done. Because my type of selling was product selling when I was with American Aluminum, selling to architects, to dealers. And then as the job progressed, I began to get involved in replacement work and rehabilitation work and got the company going in that direction, but primarily through dealers. So I didn't get involved too much in direct sales. Landed one big job on a direct sale. Several big jobs, as a matter of fact. I did well at it, but it was different in that I would go out and sell the job and bring it in, or if it had to be estimated, I'd go out and get the information, bring back the information, someone else would estimate it. The quotation would be typed up, the customer would get it, then I would call on the customer and would talk about it, and I would try to sell it, close it. If I sold it, then I would bring the contract back, and again, it was totally out of my hands. Someone else would go out and measure and do the ordering and so forth. At North American, it was all mine. I had to estimate the job. If I sold it, I had to measure the job. I had to write up the initial order, and then it went into the factory.
Now what do you do?
Same thing.
Ah.
So that was good experience. That was good training that I got at North American.
What's the name of your company now?
New England Building Components.
Right.
And I like the guy I work for. And I like the work I'm doing. And I'm successful at it, which makes it even better yet. And he commented the other day, you have learned a lot in the last couple of years, Mel. You're a lot better now than you were when you first came here. And I was pretty damn good then.
Yeah.
So I was pleased to get that compliment. And there's still a lot that I don't know, because his method of selling is different than mine. The product line is the most diversified line I've ever had to deal with. Architecturally, sometimes I find myself at a loss to deal with it, and I just don't have all the answers, and I don't like not having all the answers. But just on this big job that I just sold, I met with the general contractor, the owner, the architect, the job super, and they had the 3 low bidders in to talk to, one at a time, and I was the first one. And this man came from New York, who was from the Tishman Construction Company, and Tishman is an international company, huge company, and he knew windows, and he asked me questions that I don't know, but I'll find out for you and I'll let you know. And so whatever I couldn't answer, I wrote down on a piece of paper, and made sure I got back the information, and but I guess I must have impressed them enough uh, with what I did know and the product that I was handling, who the man from Tishman was familiar with. And this particular product has been used, nationally on high-rise buildings, and so it has a good reputation. But he was asking me for criteria that was really out of sight. Important, but out of sight. Overkill, really, for the building.
Mm-hmm.
And when I came back and said that we could do all that he wanted, except it was going to increase the price tremendously, they backed off. Now it's not quite so important that they have all that criteria. So we got the job, $360,000, which was just fantastic. So it's going on to 3 years. In the spring it'll be 3 years that I'm working for New England Building Components. And I'm tickled with the job. I really love it.
And what kind of retirement thoughts do you have?
Well, at one point I was looking forward to retiring. And I don't know what I would do if I retired, unless I had, an unlimited amount of money.
Do you play the lottery?
No. I bought a ticket for $1 though 2 weeks ago. I should buy one this week because there's 3 weeks worth. The lottery hasn't been hit for 3 weeks on the Wednesday night megabucks, so I'm gonna spend a couple dollars on that. Anyway, what I would like to do is work in a limited fashion and travel. But be able to have a job to go to.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that it would be working for that same company. I've had different kinds of fantasies. There's a local shoe repair store that looked very fascinating. A store that really doesn't do shoe repair per se, but works on new shoes that need special type of things for kids. People with orthopedic stuff, yeah.
It's funny, so you get back working with your hands again.
Yeah. And I resent very much when Bubby says to me, or insinuates, or states that I'm so good with my hands. I'm so good with my hands. Like that's the way I'm earning my living, and I'm not earning my living with my hands. I'm earning my living with my head. But she sees me as earning my living with my hands. And that's the way my father earns his living. And that's very important to her. And I guess, from therapy I found out that I realized that one of the reasons that I didn't go on to college was I never had that kind of impetus from my parents. It wasn't important for me to go to college. Learn a trade. If you learn a trade, you'll always be successful. And I resent that. I resent that now. And yet I've made a good part of my income over the years with my hands too, from setting up electric train layouts and working at Acme Printing.
Yes, but unlike Acme Printing, I would say the electric train stuff is, it's
yeah,
not
but it
just
had to do a lot with hands too. I mean, it was imagination
Sure.
and skill, and the same thing with Acme Printing. It was physical labor as well as mental labor. But when I left Acme Printing, it became all intellectual and selling and being a professional salesperson. And so I resent when she says that to me, and yet I know that there's some degree of enjoyment. I know I enjoy working with my hands, I mean, given my druthers, I'd like to be tinkering around with something all the time.
Uh-huh.
I really enjoy fixing something that's broken or building something, and it's a special satisfaction that I get in doing it. So, maybe I'd like to do that. Maybe I'd like to open up a small shop and do repair work on different things, appliances and things like that. But something that I wouldn't be so committed to that it would take all my time. I'd like to be able to do it and
Go travel.
yeah, and have time for myself, and that's hard to run a business like that.
Not if you set up the parameters.
Yeah, yeah. So, those are possibilities. At one time I thought I'd like to own and we even looked into it, what do you call them, a white elephant shop, where people brought stuff in,
Yes.
a consignment shop. And love that business. I guess I have a burning desire to be a storekeeper of some kind.
Well, you see a lot of interesting stuff
Yeah,
from all over.
yeah.
I mean.
And I love junk. and whatever someone else's junk is my treasure. That's why I like going to yard sales. So that's another possibility.
I now for the first time see where I've inherited it from.
Yeah, he had a father who was a scavenger. Well, the first. That's why I'm using pads with my name on them at 30 years old.
Now we're doing here. Okay. We're gonna say something?
No, just that when you ask me about when I look forward to retirement, those are all kinds of possibilities that I have, and I haven't focused in on anything because I don't look at retirement as that close. Even though when I say, gee, 10 years I could retire, God willing, if I'm healthy, and I plan to be healthy, and able to move around, there's no reason why I have to retire. If I'm doing well and I'm happy with what I'm doing, I'd like to continue doing it. But be able to say, hey, I'm going to take a month off this summer and go for a trip, or a month off in the spring and go for a trip, and not feel that I'm missing anything, or be so tied down to the job.
Mm-hmm.
That's on that basis the way I would like to stay on the job. And if it became too much of a burden for my company, then I'd find something else to do. Hey, I enjoy doing what I'm doing, and I hope that I continue to be successful with it and plan to be successful with it.
Great.
And rack up a lot of money in the next 10 years so that I can have that
Flexibility.
That flexibility of doing that, without winning the lottery. If I win the lottery, great. But and I don't know that I can ever earn large sums of money, but if I can bank it or invest it in some way so that it'll be there, so that Mom and I will have it. That's terrific. I remember my father saying, it used to bother me a lot, that he didn't want to outlive his money. He had limited resources. I mean, what would happen if he outlived his money? How would he get by?
It's a funny way to think of things, isn't it?
No.
Did he say that when he was younger and healthy and working?
No. This was after he retired, and he was sick, and he was very concerned with that. What will happen if he outlives his money? And Bubby has a funny outlook because he didn't leave her that much money, and she maybe has, I don't know, I'm guessing maybe $10,000 in the bank, and she thinks she's rich. And she's managed to get by with a Social Security check. And now this babysitting has really made her feel like she's rich because she has plenty of spending money, which she didn't have until she started babysitting. It was kind of tight for her. And so she was dipping in a little bit of time into some of her savings.
Uh-huh.
But now she doesn't have to touch her savings. And this makes her very independent and feel very good. And that's terrific for her. Psychologically, it's marvelous. I just hope physically she can handle it.
The babysitting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. See, babysitting is one thing. When you if she could get a job babysitting in the evening,
Yes.
where you just sit and the kids are in bed, and it's just time, great.
Daytime
But
stuff.
this daytime stuff,
Draws
that's
blood,
heavy
yeah.
stuff. That's she's chasing after kids and feeding them and changing them and all that stuff, and that's tough on young people.
On a completely different subject,
Mm-hmm.
do you believe in God?
Yes.
What is God?
God is someone I pray to. It's a. What is God? My God, how do you answer something like that? God is a faith that there is something more powerful than anything I've ever encountered, that helps control the course of life. That put us here on this earth, and I don't believe that God can be blamed for all the good or all the bad that takes place. I think people are to blame for that. But that faith in knowing that there is some Almighty that is watching over us.
What does that mean?
It means that in my deepest thoughts, I can, in some way, ask of God to take care of me and my loved ones.
Is God your creation, or are you God's creation?
No, I'm God's creation. Yeah, God created man. I believe that.
So, you say that God is overlooking,
Overseeing.
watching over,
Mhm, mhm.
but then is not responsible for the good or the bad that happens?
No. No. But there is some presence there that allows for mankind to do some of the horrible things that mankind does and some of the wonderful things that mankind does. But I don't think it's God's fault for people like Hitler and the Holocaust, or the famine in Ethiopia, or the terrible things that happened to some people.
As much as you can. I mean, if you can just pretend that I am an anonymous person sitting opposite from you. As much as you can, tell me about your 3 children. From early recollections or early personalities and developments, or anything that comes to mind. And speak with names. I mean, when you speak of me, speak of Brad instead of saying you. It'd be easier.
Well, I'll start with Lee. He was the first one. Lee was a sweet kid. Learned how to talk at a very early age. Would sing songs all the time. Generally was a happy kid. And very bright and very beautiful. Lee's attention span was always very limited. We were aware of that. Lee was the kind of a kid who would get up and walk away from a television program at any point in the program, even if it was a climax of a particular program. If he just wanted to get up, he'd get up and walk away and just not see it. Nothing could hold his attention for very long. I've watched Lee develop into a fine man, a loving father and husband. And I'm pained to see the struggle that he's having in career change and job change and the pressures that are upon him to earn more money. I see some parallels in his life to mine in being the sole provider, and what a burden that is on a man. But I think that I think he'll make it all right once he begins to actively get involved in getting a job rather than talking about it. He has a lot to learn about job seeking and fantasizing about jobs and the hard reality of what people want and what they're going to pay for in terms of experience and knowledge and ability. But his expectations are high, and I hope they're fulfilled.
Lee is an adolescent.
Lee was an easy adolescent. He didn't rebel. He conformed. He was reasonably successful in school. I did not have a difficult time with Lee. I think Mom did early on, but she was exposed to him more than I was, and so she had some difficult times with him, and I think a lot of this was due to the pressures put on her by having her mother living next door, and the pressure of having a sick mother and being responsible for it was tremendous on her. And I know when we went to a therapy session with Lee, Mom was very concerned and worried about it, and I said it's going to be a piece of cake, nothing to worry about. And she came away from the therapy session feeling good, and I was wiped out.
Why?
Because Lee asked me why I never came to his defense in any altercation with Mom. Why I always was on her side. I had no answer for that, and I realized that he was right.
You
But I
asked the question. What was he right about?
that I never came to his defense. It was an unanswerable question. There was no answer because it was just something that I had done in that period of my life, and I realized afterwards that in his upbringing, I did the best that I knew how to do at that time. And looking back on it, yeah, there were a lot of things I could have done differently and maybe better, but that's now looking back. Then I did what I thought was right, and I can't change it. It's done and it's in the past. And I'm sorry that it was so difficult for him, that I didn't give him the kind of support that he would have wanted from me. And that was hard to take. I was devastated by that, to think that I had let him down as a kid. I had let him down and never came to his support, his defense. I moderated a lot, but I always supported Mom. And we stood united that way.
When was that therapy session?
Oh, that was quite some time ago. It was probably before Joshua was born.
I see. What about Lee during college? Anything in particular stand out to you at that time with him?
He seemed to love college. He got very involved in the newspaper and in events that were happening during the 60s. No,
He went to Springfield in the fall of '68.
68, so it was the late 60s,
Uh-huh.
early 70s. And there was a lot happening there with segregation and the black
Vietnam.
issue, Vietnam. And he was involved in that and seemed to enjoy that involvement and being part of it, and was a good part of his education, a valuable part of his education. He was home a lot until he met Sharon. So in some respects, although he left home, he wasn't really that far away and would come home quite frequently, particularly the first year, and a good part of the second year. But we were quite proud of him, pleased with what he was doing. The awards that he got. Yeah, it was a good experience for him and a good experience for us watching him.
What do you see for his future?
I see a tough time. He's locked in. He's locked into a situation where the most important thing now is to earn money. He wants to earn lots of money. I see him in a place where he has limited talents to offer in the business area. although I'm encouraging him as much as I possibly can, I also try to be realistic with him and let him know that it's going to be difficult for him until he gets some experience in some area of business. Because he has a nice personality and he's a good-looking man, and he has many abilities. Transferring those abilities to the business world is something else again, and establishing a successful track record in business takes time and experience, and it's hard for a man with a wife, 2 children, and a home to take care of, to come in and learn a new business and expect to earn a living wage. And he wants more than a living wage. He wants to earn a lot of money, and that's hard. And I wish the best for him, but I know it's not going to be that easy. I'd like to see him go back to school and get an MBA, or even take some courses in business now while he's looking. I think that would even be helpful to him. He thinks it's going to happen quickly, that he's going to get a job. I hope it does. I hope it does, but it may not. And I just see him being overwhelmed with the pressures, both financial and psychological, but primarily financial. It's a heavy load for him. Big, big burden. And I'm concerned about him. I'm concerned about the way he looks. I'm concerned about his health. I told him so last week, that I didn't think he was treating himself well. I suggested he have a checkup. Try to adjust his hours so he doesn't stay up late, get some more rest. Because I'm worried about his genes on mom's side of the family.
Mm-hmm.
And it scares the hell out of me, frankly.
Mm.
And stress raises hell with the system. And fatigue raises hell with the system. And you put them together, you got a hell of a powerful combination there.
Yeah.
He has he likes to stay up late because that's his alone time. It gives him a chance to think and clear his head and relax. But he's got to be up at 5, 6 o'clock the next morning. He can't afford that luxury of staying up late and having to deal with 2 little kids and a wife and a job and then all the pressures and stresses of looking for a new job and all the financial worries. So it's tough, and I'm worried about him.
What do you remember of Brad?
Brad was a ball fire. Brad was always a challenge and a joy. I can picture Brad now with his crew cut, or even before that as a little kid running around the yard on a rope. To think we had him tied up on a rope, isn't that awful? I don't think he minded it though. He used to get wherever he wanted to go. And the excitement that Brad found in everything that he did was just a new experience and a new joy, and it was always bubbling over. His adolescence was tough, real tough, scary.
Why?
I guess the scariest part was when he wrote us the letter and wrote me a letter contemplating suicide. And I was frantic. I didn't know what to do. And so I went to Dr. Kleiner and showed him the letter and spoke to him about it. And he suggested I write back, which, as it turned out, was the best thing. And we opened up some communication between us, which just wasn't there, and I wasn't even aware that it wasn't there. And that situation changed after a while, and we were able to communicate a little bit better. But the excitement that Brad showed for life, and the zest for life, and the zest for playing music, and all the beautiful things in life was a new experience for me. To watch that and be part of it. The attitude that he had, though, for a long while, that this is what he wanted to do because he didn't know when the bomb was going to drop and he wouldn't be able to do that anymore, he'd be dead. That was kind of scary, but it was also reality. And he was not alone in thinking like that. A lot of people did then and do now fear that. And that's a tough one for kids to grow up under. To fear that they're never going to live to see adulthood. Real tough. But
what about Brad in college?
When Brad left for college, we both knew that he had left for good. Things were tenuous. It was difficult. He wanted to be away from us, and I think, as I look back on it, he knew better than we did how important that was. His life in New York, from my point of view, was difficult and exciting and hard. Well, it's difficult, isn't it? It's hard, yeah. Difficult and exciting. But his accomplishments were just fantastic. Carnegie Hall. Coming back a year later with money to send us to England and Scotland. Unbelievable. A feat that I've never seen duplicated since, and I've never heard of since. It was just more than can be believed. I was so pleased that he had chosen to do what he was doing, and knowing that he will be successful at it, and that he always enjoys doing what he's doing, which is so important. When I look at my own life and see the time that I spent not liking doing what I was doing and feeling trapped. So his college life was certainly very interesting, to say the least. And I guess the combination of him being in New York and going to New York, which has always been an exciting thing for me to do. New York just is exciting. And then having Brad there just makes it even more exciting.
What about what is your perspective on the relationship that he had with Lorna?
At the time, I was not choked up about it. I was not thrilled with his relationship with Lorna.
Why?
But why? She was a woman that was older than he was. She was a woman of a different race and a different religion. Big obstacles to overcome in a marriage. It's tough enough that I know from my own experience when you get two people of the same race and religion going through life together with the normal problems of two people living together and responsibilities and marriage and children, that those issues would just present more problems over the course of time, more hurdles to overcome. And so I was worried about it, concerned about it, and yet determined not to express anything but happiness for Brad. This was, he was an adult. It was his life. These were choices that he was making for his life, and that this was okay. And I could live with that, although I wasn't happy about it. I liked Lorna. I thought she was a fine woman, a lovely person, a delight to be with. But I was concerned on how their married life would work out. And I know when he called, we were in New Hampshire at the time, and called to tell us he was engaged, I didn't know what to say. I was pleased for him, and at the same time disappointed. No, I shouldn't say disappointed. I should say pleased for him and concerned, worried as to how this would work out. I'm glad you didn't marry Lorna.
Me too. Let me switch back to Lee for a second. One thing I left out. His marriage to Sharon, relationship with Sharon.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts on that? Or his choice of Sharon?
Sharon is a sweet woman. I think Sharon is a very strong person, although the impression is that Lee is a strong person in that relationship many times, but I think Sharon controls that relationship very well. I love Sharon. I think she's an excellent mother. I think she's a good wife. I wish she was more stimulating to Lee. has to be prodded and pushed. Lee can be very creative, but there's no one. He has no challenge from Sharon at all. Sharon is interested, I think, more in material things. A home, things for the home, things that they can buy and do. She's not involved in any kind of growth for herself other than ceramics or knitting or crocheting. I think that Lee perhaps would have not stayed in teaching as long as he had, or excelled in teaching perhaps if he had someone that would have been more encouraging to him and more challenging to him than Sharon. And I don't know whether I hold Lee responsible for that or Sharon. Now as I think about it and talk about it, I can't blame Sharon for Lee, but I think that Sharon's interests are very limited, and Lee wants to broaden out, and he's in a place where he can't. He allowed himself to, with all the talking that he did about not doing it, he allowed himself to find the house in Sharon and just not break out of a cocoon that he had the opportunity of breaking out of. His wife wanted to live in Sharon. That's where she was born and lived, and now lives again and bringing up her children that way. I don't think that's the healthiest situation. It doesn't broaden anybody to do that. I would have liked to have seen them move somewhere, anywhere, relocate. That was out of the question. Sharon would not relocate. And this is when, both her parents were alive and well. And that's hard. So Lee really never left home.
Okay, finishing up with Brad. Any thoughts on his choice of a mate with Alice and his relationship with her?
Love his choice. Love his choice of Alice. Alice is a delight. Not perfect, but a delight. I think she's probably everything that Brad wants and needs. And I think they fulfill, or can fulfill, each other's desires and needs, or help fulfill each other's desires and needs. They have a wonderful thing going. They're both creative. They appreciate each other and what they're doing. And a lot of commonality there, which is a commonality in their work, which is terrific. and yet there's enough of a difference and appreciation of that difference that makes it so exciting for both of them. I say commonality, I mean that they're both in the arts and can appreciate each other's accomplishments and can empathize with each other's failures or shortcomings or disappointments, which is unique, I think. And I'm very pleased and happy that Brad and Alice are together.
Okay, well, thanks. Me too. Last and not least, Andy, 8 years younger.
Andy is an absolute delight. I've watched him grow from a different aspect than Lee and Brad. I've been able to step back and watch Andy. I wasn't so engrossed in myself and my job and everything that I couldn't watch what was happening with Andy. And because he's 8 years younger and I'm 8 years older, it's a whole different ball game. And watching Andy mature has been an absolute delight. And he's bright, he's sharp, he's witty, he's willing to take a chance. I think Andy will succeed in whatever he tries to do, whatever he chooses to do. It's interesting that he chose business, and he's selling. Lee is looking to be a salesman of some kind. Didn't think that would happen. That's okay. If that's the way Andy chooses to make a living, that's great. There's nothing wrong with being a salesman as long as he's a good one.
What was Andy like as a child?
Andy was a conformist. He didn't rebel. He was a good kid. He was very close to both Mom and I. Even to the point of saying, "I'll never leave you, Mom and Dad." And he felt very close to us. We have learned since that he had some difficult times growing up as an only child. That's the way he felt. Growing up in a town where we didn't give him the opportunity of even living in a neighborhood in which we weren't aware of. Living on Main Street is not a neighborhood, it's Main Street, and it's different. So, in some respects, we shortchanged him. But he's doing okay. Even with all that, he's overcome that. I think going to college for him opened up a whole new world. He didn't know what to do with the Jewishness here in Concord. He was like a fish out of water. And just, choosing the University of Maryland, ending up in a Jewish fraternity, gave him some sense of his own being, his own heritage, good and bad aspects of it. That I think makes him feel kind of good about himself. He still doesn't know quite what to do with it all, but he's aware that there are other people out there like him. And I think growing up in Concord, he lost sight of that.
his choice and relationship, Fern for a wife and his relationship with it?
You know, as the father of 3 sons, you know, we sit in judgment of the women they bring home, which is terrible, really. When he first brought Fern in, and up until, you know, within the last year or so, she didn't talk very much. He used to talk for her. And I've seen Fern change, or else she's just becoming more comfortable with me and hold conversation with me, and she's a delight, and I love her. And I think she's terrific for him, and she's independent and not dependent upon him. She wants to do her thing, and that's terrific. She chose to move along with him, and at that point sacrifice her own opportunities, but that was a decision that they made together, and that's okay. She could have decided the other way too, and that would have been okay. But they wanted to try out living together and seeing if what they felt for each other was the real thing, I guess, and it worked, and they decided to get married. But I've seen some remarkable changes in Fern, and I don't know that they're changes as far as I'm concerned. She may have always been that way, but she doesn't. She's not afraid of me anymore, I don't think. And I think you know, it's a tough spot for any person to walk into a new family and feel part of it and feel comfortable with it. I think Lee, because of you and Lee and Brad, because of your personalities, I would guess didn't have that problem. But the women, although Alice didn't either. I didn't find that Alice was shy and retiring. Sharon was very quiet, and Fern was very quiet. Alice is Alice. And not feeling intimidated, you know. Even if she did, she didn't come off that way. So I'm pleased. I'm very happy with the women that my 3 sons have chosen. Because I know they're not perfect, so I don't expect perfection from anyone else. And of course, coming from a non-perfect father, that's understandable. But I hope that they just enjoy happy lives together. And, that they continue to enjoy each other. And I hope also that there's always a warm relationship between the 3 brothers. A closer one that I enjoyed between my siblings. And I know that that doesn't come about, and it's being kind of idealistic. It doesn't happen by itself. But because they're different people and live different lifestyles and have different values. But I think, as I view it, they're very close to each other and love each other and recognize the differences. Which is great.
And Mom and I were talking about it at length in the wee hours of this morning.
I remember Bobby always saying, you should love your brother and you should love your sister. Well, should is a big word. And yeah, I love my brother and I love my sister, but I know that I like them. I don't know that I don't like them. I guess I don't like some of the things they do and some of the values they have. So it's not them that I don't like, it's maybe their values. They're different than me and mine. And I have to, I allow for that they are different. And I wish that we had more things in common. But I think I've told them that when we had this therapy session with Melvin and Paul, all of us together. I think I leveled with them quite clearly. Did you ever hear that tape?
No.
You might like to.
Of the four of you?
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, I'll dig it out and try and borrow it.
Last night, Mom and I were talking about, you just said you don't know if you like them, you don't know if you don't like them, then it's just their values and the things they do. What is the difference? I mean, the difficulty is finding the difference between a person and what a person does and believes. I mean, is not that the person?
Yeah, but I think it's probably easy to separate them. It's less painful to separate it.
What do you have left? It's a question I'm working on to improve the relationship between me and Andy. Or me and Lee and me and Andy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They do it with me, I don't do it with them. Separate what I do and what I believe from who I am.
What do you mean they do it with you?
They'll accept me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see.
They'll make that separation. And
you don't?
I don't. But I want to.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, the conversation that I had with Mom wee hours this morning, I think as I was speaking, I was finding out possible pathways.
That's good.
I feel now like I'll be, this week when I get to Mamaroneck and have a chance to settle down, and I'll write to them both, just think about it and make that. And just to think it through. I've got a whole bunch of, what opened up last night has to be sorted
Yeah.
and examined. And I think once doing that, I think it's been successful just in finding what the key was. I found it last night, but I have to go through it. I have to examine it, rethink.
Terrific.
It's not an easy question.
No. I think that I think Lee is jealous of you and your lifestyle. I think Andy admires you and your lifestyle, has taken a lot from it. This independence that he's shown, this determination that he's shown. I think a lot of that comes from the example that you set forth for him. So those are good things, Brad. Good things. I mean, you were, the position in a family is creates different situations. And being the second child is one set of problems, being the first child is another set of problems, and being the junior, the little one,
Is its own.
but he picks up all the goodies. All the goodies. All the problems that, parents have with their first child, they try to change in their second child. And all the problems they have in the second child, it makes it that much better for the third one.
Mm-hmm.
And the third one, simply because in this particular case it came later, parents had matured. They broadened. Outlooks were different. Has to affect the kid. And I think it did. And over the years, your mother and I have grown, and it ain't been easy.
Mm.
It's a tough thing, and it goes on. It goes on and on. Marriage is not a piece of cake. It's something that I have to work on all the time. And the minute I begin to take it for granted and think things are great, pow, the shit hits the fan.
There was a voice teacher at Juilliard named Hans Heinz, very old man, who is now dead. One day, I was at the registrar's office waiting for some papers, and he came up to the counter to get some information for something or other, and was talking with his secretaries and mentioned that he was celebrating his 50th anniversary or something. And mind you, this is a man who escaped from the concentration camp. His wife didn't make it out in the escape, so he got himself recaptured and escaped again with her. And he said that he mentioned it was 50th anniversary, or maybe one of the secretaries asked, and they said, "God, 50 years, how did you do it?" And he said, it's like any art. You just have to practice it every day. And when you don't practice one day, it takes 2 days to make up before you get back. He says, "That's why I practice every day." I remember that.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of philosophy, yeah.